reason they are shying away is they fear that some of these herbicides may burn their cane in terms of phytotoxicity. Another reason they are shying away is that they tend to imagine, there has always been a notion among the smallholder farmers that herbicides destroy their land. And because of this, it informed our study. We want to avert the fears, the misinformation among the smallholder farmers, and tell them that this is the best way to go if we have to sustain the sugar industry. So to address this problem, we carried out a study and we outlined 3 objectives that will be able to help us answer the farmers' problem. So our first objective was to determine the effect of this herbicide combination against the phyto. Yes, we have a combination, but what are the phytotoxicity level against cane 83-737? I know you may be wondering at this point why 737 and there are other varieties. That was our choice variety. At that point we were doing our study because it had been highly adopted. Our second objective for the study was to determine the combination, the efficacy of the herbicide combination against the broad weed flora in our fields. And lastly, it was to determine if the combination had any effect on the non-target microorganisms in the soil. So I'm sure as I continue or as I end my presentation, I should have answered or given the farmers the confidence that yes, we have these products and it is safe to use. So let's go straight to the methodology. For us to be able to answer the questions that are arising among our smallholder farmers, we carried out a study. This study was conducted in Kibos Sugar Research Institute. Kibos is in Kisumu County. For some of us that may not know where Kibos is, it sits at an elevation of 1,250 meters above the sea level and experience quite good rainfall annually of 1,912 millimeters per year. We have 2 soil types at Kibos. We have the vertisoils, which are the black cotton soils, and we have the loam soils. The average pH for our soils in Kibos is about 5.3 with a slightly high carbon content and low nitrogen level. So we carried out the trials. We did 3 seasons. Our first season was from 2018 to 2019. Our second season was from 2019 to 2020. And our last season was from 2020 to 2021. I had indicated earlier why we chose 737. So the design we used for this study was RCBD, replicated 4 times. Our plot sizes were 6 rows of 5 meters long, spaced at 1.2 meters apart. After planting, we applied our treatments 60 days after planting. And the rates we used are the label rates from the manufacturer's side. So that is just a table showing the different treatments that we had for the study. That is a weedy check. It had 0 application. We had Senka, TM, Chrismat, Hexaron, and the weeded plots. At this point, I'll want us to note something very key and maybe note the difference. The combination herbicides is where a herbicide has more than one active ingredient. You can see like Senka has one, TM has 3 of them, Chrismat has 3 of them, and Hexaron has 2 of them. So keep that in mind, and as we move on, let's see how they worked against the weeds in our sugarcane fields. So we planted the cane. 60 days after planting, we sprayed the herbicides at different rates. But I also want us to note that just before we spray, we had to collect data on weed counts and also data on the number of microbes available in the soil before we applied the herbicides. We collected several parameters starting from germination all the way to harvest. Germination was done at 30 and 45 days just to guide us how the crop had emerged. We did tiller counts at periodically at 3, 5, and 7 months to monitor the crop. How was the crop growing? Much as we had applied the weeds, the herbicide, sorry, how was the crop growing? Since we had also applied treatments, we had to collect data on a weekly basis for 4 weeks, sorry, on weed counts and also the level of microbes in the soil. We did for 4 weeks continuously, and then we did 60 days after spraying. We had to monitor the crop for maturity, and for us to know how the crop was faring on, we had to collect data on bricks. Bricks is simply that approximate value that gives us in terms of sucrose. So we expect that as the cane continue growing, the amount of sucrose will also increase. So that is one of the parameters that we use to approximate the maturity of a sugar cane. At harvest, we had to get several parameters, beginning with the millable stalks. We had to count them in the net plot. We also took their weight. From the same net plot, we sampled a few stalks, took their diameter, their height, and also counted the number of internodes. We may be asking ourselves, why do we need all these parameters at this point of time? Remember, we are assessing the effect of the herbicides. Did it have any effect in terms of yields? So for us to know if there was any effect, we will be guided by the data that we will have collected from our fields. After data collection, our data was subjected to ANOVA for analysis, and these were our results. During the entire 3 seasons, that is just a bar graph showing the weed composition in the field. The composition, we had the broadleaves, the grasses, and the nut sedges at different percentages. So from my data, what I'm showing, the nut sedges took the highest position, or rather, there are many in the cane fields during the entire seasons at 23%, followed by the panicum at 13%. Sorry, not panicum. We had goatweed, which came second at 15%. It was followed closely by the panicum grasses at 12%. At the tail end, we had Datura species at 2%. Yes, we've seen the weed composition. We have the different combination of herbicides. So this is a table that is showing us how our treatments of different combination, how were they effective on the weeds that were available in the fields. So from the table, we can easily tell that the weeded plots gave the best results. Those are the weeded plots. You can see their means. They are running all the way 0.3 for the entire 3 seasons. Secondly, it is also good to note that TM is our number 3 treatment. Remember, it had 2 other combinations within the same product. So TM, it worked well on the broadleaf weeds for the entire 3 seasons. In addition, we had TM, Christmas, and Hexaron addressing the issue of the grasses in the entire season. It is also good to appreciate that it is only weeded treatment that gave appreciable results for the sages. So that is just a photo showing some of the different treatments that we took during our study. We had T1, that is 0 application. T4 has Christmas at 1.5, and T2 has Senka at 2 liters per hectare. So let's get to see how the different treatments behaved in terms of yield attributes. So it is good to treat other in terms of the yields. To note, during the entire 3 season period time that we were doing our study, the weeded plots gave the highest yields. It is also good to note that during our first season, Hexaron had 8. Then in the second season, we had taking the lead at 162.63. So let's also get to see how our different combination works on non-target organism, because that is still an issue among our smallholder farmers. So let's see. On bacteria, the different treatments didn't have any significant effects on the bacterial population in the soil. But it is good to note that the weeded is T6, which is that one, and the unweeded, the weedy checker, their level or numbers of bacteria in the soil were high during the entire period of our study. That study, it confirms a previous study that was done elsewhere in India that says the effect of herbicides, there isn't much significant on the bacterial population in the soil. Let's see how it behaved on fungi. For the fungi, there's a drastic drop within the first 7 days after application, but later they stabilized from day 14 all the way to harvest. It is also good to note that from my graph, there was a significant difference between the weeded, that is T6, it is here, and T1, that is a weedy check. there was a significant difference between the two treatments and the treatments that had different combinations of the herbicides. So in terms of phytotoxicity, which was also an issue among our smallholder farmers, Hexaron and TM showed some slight level of toxicity, but the beauty about it is that it recovered within 60 days after spraying. So as I conclude, I want us to take this with a lot of confidence that the different combinations that we had were very effective on the broadleaf weeds and the grasses, apart from the nut stages. A yield loss of up to 27% was recorded in the weedy plots. And then my third conclusion is that hand weeding gave the best results on the net stages. Okay, it gave the best results in the entire season, and also it is the only method that worked well for the sages, which is the main species of weeds in sugarcane. It is also good to note, as we affirm our smallholder farmers, that yes, the herbicide treatments had some level of effect on the microbes, but these effects got to disappear within 60 days after herbicide application. And lastly, the level of phytotoxicity from our two treatments, that is TM and Hexaron, it was there, yes, but it recovered 60 days after application. So there are areas that our study was not able to cover well, and I would like to recommend maybe for the future, and one of them is just for the future, maybe a study should be carried out to determine the cost implication of hand weeding and the use of various combination of the entire management of CALRO SRI for funding us and giving us space to carry out the study. I'd also like to acknowledge the different agrochemical companies for providing us with the different herbicides for the study. And lastly, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Alpha Sugar Directorate, who are the main organizers of this event.
Yes, thank you so much, Lillian, for the very good with that innovation. That's what.
Another question from the judges.
Thank you. I must also appreciate the researcher for very incisive investigation that the team did on that variety that you tested. However, looking at the guidelines that were provided for the innovations in the forum, we'll be looking at originality and uniqueness of this idea. And I was thinking that maybe it would have required some kind of repackaging or reapproaching so as to create that originality and uniqueness to the extent that when the consumer comes out of here, he can see this is something new and unique we are meeting. Perhaps if you can just take time to clarify on that so that we understand it much better in terms of how we will rate it in originality and uniqueness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another question from the judges. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Asa Kope. I think I can as well make some comment. My biggest struggle with the presentation is that it's a good study, gives us the facts, but does not give us the business side of things. As far as I'm concerned, an innovation must have a business case and must produce something that you can sell to the consumers and whichever customer you are targeting. That didn't come out, and probably you can comment on it.
Thank you so much. Asante sana for the questions. Questions from the audience. 1 minute, please. Let's start here.
My name is Frinda Marete. I'm extremely excited by the presentation because I'm a farmer, and at times we feel as if we are giving up because the cost of production, when you count also the labor that we are paying, is very expensive. But I'll hand on what my friend has just said. You need to speak to Wanjiku, to the farmer. I want it to come out clearly. He has said commercialization. For me, I'm here and I've listened to you and you're giving me a solution, but it has not come out clearly. Yes, I need the herbicide. When I leave this desk, where will I find it? How much is it? Which are these outlets across the country that we can get them? So I want you to respond to a farmer, Wanjiko, who is hands on there. Kizungu mingi, then reduce it when you're talking to the farmers. Talk to us as farmers. Mm-hmm. That is, I want it to come out very well. Because behind me, I have 5,000 farmers. When I leave this desk, I work very closely with Carol. I'll ask the crop director. There was a nice presentation, but I need it like tomorrow or yesterday. Please address that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 1 minute, please. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Lillian, for your presentation. One of the problems that we have in the sugar industry is mindset, and your innovation really actually addresses mindset. I want to agree with the others who have commented on this, and I just want you to add on your recommendations on issues we have to do with mindset. Because it's a primary innovation, and we know that you are a researcher, you only deal with primary innovations. Your recommendations should target secondary innovations.
Thank you so much. There's another hand. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Lillian. My question goes directly to upside. We have this weed called tiger weeds. Tiger weed. How long? Wanaita kayonga kwa wale wanasikia Kijaluo. Kionge Nandi. These weeds is tiger weeds. This weed is really extremely, because when the tractor is plowing the land, he moves to another farm, he takes, using the the disc plow, he transfers to another portion of land. But we have not found a solution to a tiger weed. Tell us, where will we get these herbicides?
All right. Because of time, we'll take 2 more questions. Okay, we'll come here. All right.
Thank you. My name is Peres Onyango. I'm an entrepreneur as well as a farmer. Your herbicide, you have talked very well. And as an entrepreneur, I think of business. Is it, at this stage, is it still a prototype, or when are you intending to commercialize it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's come in front here, if you don't mind. 1 minute, please. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Geoffrey Kogo from Nandi, Nyando Sugar Belt. Ningependa kutajia tu jambo moja kwa dada wetu. what are the effects of these herbicides to the farmers and the soil, to the soil?
All right, thank you so much. Let's come in front here first. Okay.
I want to thank you, Lillian, for that presentation. I'm a member of the Sugar Cane Pricing Committee, and I advocate for farmers. Our main stand as representatives of the farmers, according to the contracts that we have signed with the millers, is that we have to keep our, that is, we have to weed 7 times, and the current rate is 8,750 per weeding. Now I've listened to you, and it seems you are saying it's much cheaper to use herbicides. Give me the comparison. How much will it cost when we are using herbicides for keeping the field weed free? I've given you the fact that we are under contract to weed 7 times 8,750, and that is 8,750 is supported by KRI, by your organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's just kindly take the last question because of time. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Lillian, for such a wonderful presentation. But from a chemical point of view, I want you to kind of elaborate for me the chemical constituents of these herbicides. And are they carcinogenic to some extent? Could it have an effect to that household user who is going to have the final product of the cane?
Asante sana. Well, over to you, Lillian. I'll give you, if you can combine the questions and give a formidable response within 6 minutes, we'll appreciate. 7 minutes? How many minutes do you need?
There's so many, but let me try to answer.
How many minutes would you need?
10. Give me 10
minutes, okay. Go ahead.
So let me begin with the judges about the innovation in this study. The innovation in this study is the use of combined herbicides. There are different herbicides in the market. There are those with single molecules, and there are those with more than one molecule. So from our study and from the results that we got to get an innovation that we can easily roll out to our small holder farmers by encouraging them to buy or to use herbicides that have more than one molecule because of the high efficacy level. Another question that came from your end, it was about the originality and the uniqueness of this study. Okay, the originality of this study is, yes, there are different herbicides. Some have one molecule, others have more than one. But what has not been confirmed or affirmed to the smallholder farmers is these herbicides are safe for use. For you to be able to lower the cost of production, it may not come like to zero cost, but it will play a role. Apart from hand weeding, there is an option of use of herbicides. And when using these herbicides, when you go to the agrovet, try to get the ones that have more than one molecule. And then to the consumers, I'm just hoping that as I answered the second one, I also tackled the issue about the consumer. And then there was another question about addressing the Wanjiku, who is our small holder farmer. The Wanjiku who is in the house today is shying away from using the herbicides. Shying because there's fear of unknown, from a lot of misinformation that is doing round. Kuna wale wanaambiwa ukitumia hizi dawa inaharibu mchanga. Kuna wale wanaambiwa ukitumia hii dawa inachoma miwa. So that is what guided us to carry out the study, do the tests in 3 seasons, and share our findings with Wanjiku, for them to be able to enjoy sugarcane farming, and for all of us in this audience to take sugarcane farming to another level. We have to embrace the aspect of IPM. That is, much as I may want to weed, because I believe that the herbicides have some detrimental effects to the soil, but I have to combine with the use of herbicides for the cost of production to come down. Another issue of commercialization, I'm not sure if I got that question well. So the study was carried out from 2018. We got the results by last year, and this is one of the platforms that we are using to give the recommendations to our smallholder farmers. We use such like platforms to reach out to our farmers. And then there was a farmer who had an issue of weed spreading from one field to another. Yesterday there was an issue that came up about block farming. When doing sugarcane farming, and due to like emerging issue of climate change, there are new pests, new diseases, new weeds that are coming up. For me and you to address this issue, we have to embrace the good cultural practices. When I do this in my farm, encourage your neighbor also to do that. Ule mwingine ahimize mwingine, like that. When we embrace that attitude, we will be able to take this industry to some high level. And then there was another question on okay, if we've rolled out our findings to the farmers, I'm sure I've answered that. And then there was another issue on the effect of herbicides to our soils. Anything that is taken in excess, even food, it becomes poison. And that is why we are here to share this information that yes, we are using herbicides, but moderate on how you are using it. And that is why, as researchers in many of our platforms, as we share the challenges, as we enlighten our farmers on how to handle the issue of weeds in their fields, we normally promote the issue of IPM, that is integrated weed management. When at some stage you will have to weed your cane, but as it grows, it is very safe to use the herbicides. And the time from previous studies, it indicates that the herbicides used in sugarcane, the residual effect tends to disappear within 1 year. So they are safe to use so long as you follow the right instructions. Okay, there's another, the farmer there had an issue who comes from Mias, where they are advised to weed 7 times. So maybe I'll have to enlighten the smallholder farmer by telling him, for you to enjoy the venture of sugarcane farming, weeding cane from the time you are planting up to the time that it has formed full canopy may not be very economical for you. So at some point, I'll advise that combine with the use of herbicide, and when using herbicides, kindly seek for the herbicides that have combined molecules, because their efficacy level is high. And then another issue, the last one, is the effect of herbicides in sugarcane. It was one of our objective on getting to know the level of phytotoxicity levels of our combination on sugarcane, because that is also why most of our smallholder farmers are shying away from using the herbicides. So from my results and from our findings, we see that yes, there's some slight level of phytotoxicity, but it tends to fade away as the crop grows. Remember, this is a long-term crop, and the effect of it tends to fade away. So there isn't much to scare the smallholder farmer. Asante sana.
Well done. Thank you so much indeed. And please do remember to rate this innovation, because in the afternoon we'll be having the Innovation Awards ceremony that will be guided by the judges. And the judges have been asking pointed questions. So later on, we'd kindly request that the judges give us a breakdown of what they were looking at, so that moving forward we can appreciate the work that has been put in place. Ladies and gentlemen, before we take our break, we want to celebrate key leaders who are with us here, and we want to listen to them, because clearly we need the connection, the farmers and the leaders, so that we can move forward. You know him. Let's have the full screen. He has been with us and is going to guide us through this particular session.
He is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya with a wealth of professional and leadership experience, having worked at senior management of various statutory agencies over the last 12 years and practiced law for a combined period of 17 years. He was part of the team that drafted the National Sugar Policy and most recently a co-opted member of the Presidential Task Force on the sugar industry. He has been part of the team that successfully negotiated the sugar safeguards at the COMESA Council since the year 2014 when he joined the sugar industry. Please welcome the Director and Head of Sugar Directorate, Mr. Jude Chesire.
Karibu sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Johnson, innovators. Good morning. God is good, and all the time. Munajienjoy Kisumu? Okay, sawa sawa. I know over the last 2 days we have had very good presentations. There are leaders who were expecting to join us, but of course due to other duty calls, they were not able to be with us. But today we are privileged to have our Director General, Mr. Willie, I think he has just walked out. Committee, the Departmental Committee on Agriculture in the National Assembly, Dr. John Mutunga. Let's give him a hand. So Mheshimiwa, maybe you can just come and say hi. He was also one of our members of the board when just AFAD began in 2013. Very experienced in agriculture matters, and he was also the CEO for KENAF, the body that houses all the farmers. Karibu Mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, Jude. Good morning. How are you? You are very fine. I am happy to be here this morning. I knew that you were sitting since, I think, the beginning of the week or thereabouts, and you've been discussing very, very important issues concerning the sugar industry. As you said, I am the chair of the Agriculture and Livestock Committee of the National Assembly. And you know the National Assembly is the one which has, as per the Constitution, been given the responsibility of sharing the cake. So we are the people who look at how much money is being apportioned to the agricultural sector, and where does this money go, and how do we continue pushing for more support to the sector. specifically to the sugar industry, I've been involved quite a lot because we've been doing a legislation on the sugar industry. Of course, we are trying to expand the sugar directorate from AFA. And I was in the formation of AFA, as Judas mentioned. I was there in what we were calling the Interim Management Committee that pieced up AFA together. We did everything that was supposed to be done. We transited from the old institutions to the new, and we did a package and then we presented that big document to the then CS for Agriculture, who was the current head of public service. We did that work within close to 3 months. And the purpose of doing that was triggered by a legislation that had just been passed by Parliament, which was the AFA Act and the Crops Act. The two of them prescribed how the sector was supposed to operate. So we brought 8 institutions together and created AFA, Agriculture and Food Authority. Agriculture and Food Authority has been blamed by many farmers, especially the sugar farmers. And I would like to come to that and say exactly why I think you should not blame AFA. When we did form AFA, we reached a point where we also interviewed the chairperson or prospective chairperson of Agriculture and Food Authority. We actually interviewed and gave 3 names to the CS to appoint one, as per the legislation then. And that appointment never took place. So when the institutions moved from the old to the new, they became interim. So everybody in AFA, I think, as at now, even up to now, is interim. Until we started asking ourselves, I've been asking myself, AFA may not have done a few things probably the way stakeholders would have liked. And I wanted to say that it is not the mistake of the staff, because the same staff in AFA are the staff who were in the previous institutions. The Coffee Board of Kenya, the Tea Board of Kenya, the Sugar Board, all of them, they transited 100%. And they carried their responsibilities 100%. And they have been doing their job. And even as directorate, they have been internationally recognized as competent agencies, and they have been representing us and negotiating for us wherever there is need for negotiation. So, if you have probably been in a situation where you think AFA is the cause, let me tell you, the bigger ministry is the cause. And I can narrow down the blame. The blame is to the CSs who never appointed the chairperson of AFA and then constituted the board. But I want to thank the current CS, Honorable Amideka Lentori, because he has been able to put together a board of AFA now. And I want to tell you one thing. Yes, we are, as members of parliament, based on your demand, because we respond to your demand, we are expanding institutions out of AFA. But I want to promise you one thing. There are so many commodities that we have in this country, which are scheduled. And we cannot have as many parastatals as there are commodities. It is not possible. You can't have the millet board of Kenya, the Pilipili board of Kenya, the maize board of Kenya. You know, you cannot have that. You would have to have about 140 something or so institutions. What I'm trying to say is that AFA's relevance exists for as long as we exist and beyond. So it will still be there. Even if it is food authority, even if it is the food directorate encompasses so many, and therefore it will remain there. Maybe what we need to think is how do we sort out on the other side the livestock. But I think the livestock is still okay because they have a dairy board of Kenya. They are trying to think about before the fish jumped out of the ministry. Then we also had moved to an extent of getting a marketing association, marketing board and so on and so forth. So AFA really remains as our institution. I would like us to change our attitude towards AFA not because I was in the interim management committee, not because I was involved in the piecing up, but I want to tell you the process was transparent, the process was without any interest. We were picked from the sector, not from within the sector, but from outside the sector to come and study and piece up together. So we were only relying on technical personnel from the ministry to tell us to interpret the details, the nitty-gritties, and then we did fix up the institution as we were, as per the law, and as per our understanding then. So, yes, indeed, we have a legislation which is now being discussed at Senate. We have done our bit, and I believe we did a good law. So far, the bill is good, it's sitting on well, and I think it has sorted out most of the mystery within the sector. And I believe that once it is sorted out, and once it passes through Senate for concurrence, if there are any outstanding issues, we shall sit with Senate and deal with it at the mediation level. But if there are no outstanding issues, as we had agreed, because they have been doing the coffee bill and we did the sugar bill, so we agreed that we shall present the sugar bill to them and they will present the coffee bill to us. We shall see what is new and different within the coffee bill and then tell them to polish it up before it comes to us so that we don't have to really dwell on it for too long and then take too long to have a legislation. So if that stands as it is, then we are likely to have a legislation very early in the next 1 year. I'm sure in the first quarter of next year, we should be able to have this bill, as noted in the order paper to be discussed and finally signed off as law. So I think now we should have a better face for AFA. When you see these fellows around, they have absolutely no problem. It is because they were not enabled. And again, when you don't have a very strong institution to argue for you for budget, sometimes you may suffer even budget cuts. And there's nothing you can do about it. So technically they are sound. They are the same people. Even if we create the T, as we did create the T Board of Kenya, the T Directorate formed the T Board of Kenya. And there hasn't been a bit of, the culture of employment within the ministry died. And that is why agriculture has been negated over time. Even in institutions of higher learning, you find students are not going to do agriculture now a lot more. At the end of the day, we are not very careful as a country, might have to deal with quasi-agricultural personnel into the agricultural sector because after the transiting of the fellows we have, who are about my age and slightly younger, then we may not have serious personnel in agriculture, and therefore we might have people who have been packaged otherwise to be handling agriculture in this country. Because of the choices, the growth, the systematic and consistent growth expected of a sector that sustains the industry, that sustains the country, that sustains the economy. Right now we are suffering. The shilling is suffering a lot because one of the key, sources of dollar or foreign currency is trade. And if we are trading in very small quantities, it means we are getting very little, of foreign exchange or hand currency. And therefore, we are using more of shilling to buy those currencies. So I think agriculture has the greatest potential to change this economy. And we are telling anybody who matters in this country, without serving our ones, and not in fear of contradiction, telling them unless and until they focus on agriculture, Kenya will not grow. We can try all sorts of other sectors, the service sector, we can try ICT, we can try I don't know what. We try all of them, then we shall come back home and listen properly when we look at what we need to do in agriculture to make this economy work. I get disappointed sometimes because when we formed the counties, I thought devolution, and of course agriculture being picked as one of the key devolved departments or other sectors, I thought it would have the prominence it's supposed to have. But if you scrutinize what happens at the county level, whatever is important in agriculture is what generates revenue. If there is no direct linkage between revenue generation and what you are doing, then you are also slotted in for a later date. And that has affected this country. So we are having serious discussions as a nation. I am one of those who are really out to push for understanding. I'm trying to get as many of my colleagues understand what happens in the sector as it is possible. And we are making progress because the Budget and Appropriation Committee now hears us very well. And what we need to do next is to bring in others. So we are partnering with stakeholders like AGRA and other institutions who are also in this space to try and bring in parliamentarians to understand. Because once they understand, and then we go and argue our case out in Parliament to try and get more money for agriculture, I think we shall get the relevant support. And when we get that, we shall have agriculture back on track, and we shall have this country back on the growth trajectory. Because the GDP for agriculture is 100% correlated to the GDP of the country. And therefore, there are many issues that we need to discuss what we're doing there. So I'm happy to participate in this particular forum. This symposium exposes you to technical issues, it exposes you to technology, it exposes you to transitory issues. It exposes you to what others have been doing for a very long time, and consistently so, and in a way that has helped them. And I believe if we answer questions and ask questions as I found questions going on, some of the things that disturb you, if you can bring them up here and they are discussed, then we shall have the courage to use chemicals properly, and we shall be able also to advise. I'm also coming up with a bill that is going to focus on agricultural extension. And we are looking at agricultural extension using ICT. I've seen this happening very well in other countries which have reduced the population of agricultural practitioners and which has professionalized. So there are two bills. The first bill is Agricultural Professionals and Technicians Bill, which is coming up as a committee bill to try and recognize agricultural professionals as technically qualified to advise within our boundaries and without. And therefore we can form them and give them licenses to now package your responses if you need them. Then the other one is the one of extension, where we shall try to set up a knowledge repository where we can be able to grow knowledge, or we can get a solution center. And then we shall loop in all our sub-sectoral agricultural research institutions so that we may be getting solutions. And research will therefore be relevant and very active. Those files that lie there, the knowledge that lie there will have to be activated, because we will be prodding, knocking on their doors every day, telling them, give us a solution to this. I've seen it working very well in Japan. I've seen it working very well in South Africa. I've seen it working very well in other countries who have really developed. There are very few people who are responding. Of course, Kenya was moving in the very right direction when we did qualify even the agro-input support dealers, and we used AGMA to give them the mark of quality. And therefore, you know where to buy your input. Those are also being considered, will be considered in this particular respect as sources of information that probably will be current. So we shall go a mark higher to also try and qualify the knowledge and the linkage with the repository center, the linkage with the entire agricultural knowledge systems, so that we are able to deliver solutions to our farmers, as it were. And I believe sugarcane industry is one of them. Finally, a point on sugarcane industry. After going through a lot of public participation in this sector, and after going through the bill development process, I got to understand the sugarcane industry in a slightly different way. I don't know whether you know, and I believe the Sugar Research Institute is sitting here. There's a day they give us a presentation to the shock of all of us, that there are varieties which are can mature in 6 to 9 months in a year, which means it is possible for us to grow sugar twice a year. There are varieties which can mature in between 12 and 14 and I think 18 months. And the varieties that we are growing right now matures at 22 months. And some of them are staying on the farm even for 48 months. 48 months, that tells you a child goes from 1, the sugarcane is planted. It goes from 2, the sugarcane is still on the farm. From 3, the sugarcane is still on the farm. They do exam and then the sugarcane is harvested, probably. That business is archaic, it is extremely expensive, it can't assist the farmer. So we have to move with the technology. We have to get the varieties that can mature faster, and we have to look at these varieties vis-a-vis the sucrose content, because that is the direction to go. So when we the government did invest in about 11 or so right now, the sugar testing unit, the CTU, they are called the cane testing unit. And I think we've not used these facilities. They are very expensive, but we have not used them yet. So as a country, sometimes we invest and then we go back and then package knowledge, and it takes a long time because of the disconnect. So we need to go back there. That's using the sucrose content vis-a-vis the weight. Are they doing better or worse? I think they're doing better. And those of us who are here who are millers, let us not try to resist from assisting our farmers to benefit. I think it is important for you to have the farmer, because without the farmer, that value chain collapses. Remove the farmer, it will collapse. You remove the millers, you can even eat sugar cane. You can even send to Uganda, it will be crushed. Yeah, but if you remove the farmer, finished. So we must be able to support that farmer to keep giving us raw materials for our industry. We shall talk more sometimes when we get a chance. I was just given a chance to say something, to say hello, and I think I've said hello, and I appreciate this kind of initiative that you're doing. Thank you very much indeed. When the time comes, we shall discuss more.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. And now you can see where our actual boss is, because we wouldn't be here without him approving our budget. Tumpigie makofi tena. So let me now welcome my boss, the Director General of AFA, Willis Audi. Karibu sana.
He has worked in the Ministry of Agriculture in various deployments since 1993 in Rift Valley and Central Kenya regions. He has also worked in Horticultural Directorate for 4 years as Senior Horticultural Officer and later on as Director Culture and Food Authority Acting Director General, Willis Audi.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning once again. I'm only hearing voice of the front seaters. The behind ones. Good morning. First, Mheshimiwa Dr. Mutunga, our Director of AFA, Bwana Daniel Kitivo, fellow Sugar Directorate colleagues, headed by Director Jude Chesire, all the dignitaries present, farmers, and everybody, it is my pleasure first to see you here. In fact, I'm very grateful that the house is full, because sometimes you can organize an event and you may not have participants, isn't it? Isn't it? So I'm so delighted that you've come. This is the second Sugar Innovation Symposium, and borrowing from the first event which we held here last year, we believed that we need many of such events, because the issues that affect the sugar industry, which we discuss here, are very key for the development of the sugar industry in this country when we purpose to implement it. I know many people would say that, oh, we've had even so many task forces, they've come up with reports, and we've not implemented them, isn't it? And in a way, it is affecting the development of sugar industry in this country. But that should not be a point for us to feel discouraged. We are in the process of implementing most of the task force reports, recommendations, for the benefit of the sugar industry, all the stakeholders. And such an event creates a forum where we share a lot of new information, a lot of other information, even regarding the regulatory framework. And in that case, I've already felt very privileged because Mheshimiwa Mutunga, who also happens to be the chair of the Agriculture Committee of the National Assembly, has already briefed us on where certain bills are and what plans are there, isn't it? So that is very important information that can help us to know how to behave as we go forward in terms of policy direction, in terms of legal positions of the government, as we endeavor to improve on the sugar industry. Generally, I want to say that the sugar industry in Kenya has been having cyclic ups and downs. And I remember when we were here last year, we had even hoped that in the next 2 or 3 years, if the processes that we had set in place were going to go as we had planned, then we were feeling that by the year 2015, 2020, we would almost be moving towards self. But as you know, most of our sugarcane production has been mainly rain-fed. And when the weather does not conform to our expectations, you all know what happens. And besides the weather, there are other factors that normally also affect our production. But I want to appeal to all the stakeholders, mainly the millers. Let's please support our farmers to produce the sugarcane crop. We know it is a very expensive farming because you need a lot of inputs. But if we work together, the farmers and the millers, supporting cane production, then it would be possible for us to have enough sugar for us and possibly to have surplus to export. Right now, the shortage of sugar in the world is really manifesting and affecting our household budgets, isn't it? Because a kilo of sugar now, I don't know is how much here. A kilo of sugar is around 200 and 220, 240. So it means, therefore, that there's a problem. And I just want to share that as AFA, we provided all the necessary advisory to the government, and steps have been taken to ensure that there's adequate supply. But you'll realize that currently there's general sugar shortage all over the world. So if we continue to depend on importation for our domestic sugar requirements, then we are likely to encounter scenarios where the sugar prices will go through the roof. So I want to encourage that we take very deliberate measures to produce more sugarcane. And as you've heard, there are much better varieties in terms of the duration they take to maturity and even the sucrose content. We know there are challenges sometimes in even getting the seed. But if we work together, we can always multiply the seeds so that most of the farmers translate from the CEO 617 and the other old varieties to enable us produce the sugarcane within the shortest time possible and convert it into sugar to help us reduce the price of the sugar to the consumers, who also happen to be all of us in most cases. So I don't want to say a lot because I know there are many other programs before us, but I just want to thank you and encourage you that let's listen to all the presentations that we have. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to listen to the earlier ones, but I hope I'll be able to listen to whatever is remaining. I have not seen the program, unfortunately. I hope we'll be able to listen and take home 1 or 2 or 3 ideas which we can put into practice with the aim of making this symposium an important event that can change our understanding, our perception, and our actions in the sugar industry. So thank you very much, and I want to welcome you in a special way to this function. I know this is almost the last day, but still, thank you so much for coming. Let's listen and let's carry 1, 2, 3 ideas home. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Director General Santesan. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We have the Menti, so if you have any questions, we'll be tackling those questions immediately after we've heard from all the dignitaries who are here. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, he has been with us. Please welcome Honorable John Waluke. Honorable John Waluke is here? He was here shortly, where we celebrate him even in absentia. In the meantime, let's look at the questions. So I'll shoot them. I'd kindly request Honorable Dr. Mutunga, Bwana Director General, these are the questions. So just pick 1 or 2 questions that you can respond to. So let's start with the first question there. I'll just ask them randomly, because they're all important. They're coming from our participants. First question, let's have the first top question there. Honorable Chair, the idea of recognizing professional caucus is fantastic. We already have a professional body for sugar called the Kenya Society of Sugarcane Technologists. All right, so that's more of a point of information. Let's move on to the next one. To the agricultural, let's have that question. To the Agriculture Committee Chair, sugar research, the backbone of our industry's future activities are on its deathbed as a result of financial constraints. Any mitigations, please? From Oluko. That's a very direct question. Let's have the next question. To Sugar Committee Chair, are we zoning or not zoning? Some millers poach and transport cane as far as 250 kilometers in a bid to maintain factory crushing. That's another question. Wow, Oluko, several questions. To Sugar Directorate, cane buying instead of cane development is an elephant in the sugar industry. Is cane development part of the criteria used to issue licensing to miller operations? Another one, this is Douglas. Is it possible the next event be carried out in a highly competitive environment like Dubai, where better technologies, finance and market can be tapped, approach to private sector driven? Okay, do we have another one? All researchers, farmers have talked. When is the implementation time? All right. So those are some of the questions. Because of time, we only have about 11:15. So I'd kindly request that we have our dignitaries respond. Maybe we can start with you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Dr. Mutunga, your responses. Sure, go ahead.
I guess mine were mainly comments, but there are two questions which I would like to respond to. One of them is that the Sugar Research Institute is on the deathbed, and it is because of lack of financing. And what should we, is there any hope for us, or shall we just watch as this patient completely dies? That's what I think is the question. Sugar financing or agricultural financing is a key issue in this country. And not that we are oblivious of the facts and the provisions of the various international treaties that we signed. In 2003 or 5, I think it's 2005, the African leaders met in Maputo and they signed a protocol which was research-based. That protocol was basically the interpretation of the investment in agriculture by the African Union through the NEPAN process. And the NEPAN process came up with a comprehensive African agriculture development program. And to package this program, there are several decrees that they put together into a declaration, which was signed by the heads of state. I remember Kibaki signed this, 2003, such that by 2008, we were supposed to have attained a 10% budget allocation to agriculture. The total budget of Kenya, you take 10% and put it in agriculture. Of course, if you unpack what is inside there are so many other things that needs to be done. One of them was research, agricultural research. And in those countries where agricultural research has performed, they give 2% of the national budget to agricultural research. Our agricultural research is funded by donors, mainly, or through donor programs that are negotiated. Even if they are loans, they are highly negotiated, and the negotiations do not necessarily focus on our priorities. So, sugarcane research is not exempt. Around 2003 again, no, 2013, there was a legislative change. When AFA was being born, and the Crops Act came to define the operating environment, there was also an operating environment created at the research level. And the thinking then was to amalgamate all the research institutions into one. They formed the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. So we had two huge institutions formed in the ministry, and actually many stakeholders were wondering, okay, if all the activities of crops go to AFA, and all the activities of research go to CARO, what will the ministry be doing? And then there is also devolution, and devolution is very specific that what is left at the headquarters is research, capacity building, policy, international trade. So, there we are. Now, Kenya has not attained even 5% of the national budget to agriculture as yet, irrespective of the importance of the sector. And the problem we have is I think we have not made our case very strongly, especially at Treasury. I have been in the Budget Committee over the last session of Parliament, and we met with Treasury many times, and I took time to interrogate the thinking of Treasury. And I discovered that, and I'm sorry to say this, I know we have very many economists here, and I don't take me to court if I say what I'm just about to say. Economists do not look at the matters of the heart. They look at the matters of profit. They look at the matters of money. That is why we are building progressively in Kiambu when we are a very young nation. We are increasing in the numbers of the younger people, but we are building on our most potential soil in this country. That's why we have covered the entire Kisii with houses. Meru, Nyeri, we are following suit. That's why we are doing that. Because the economists will tell you the value of land here is so much by the market rates. They just want to go by market rates. Countries like Canada, US, and others were not sick when they said the value for agricultural land will be based on the user and it will be different. So we shall designate between commercial and agricultural. I went to a wrong topic, but I want to say that when economists in Treasury sit down to apportion the money, irrespective of the declaration signed by the president, they will still look at agriculture as private. And that is the thinking. Because agriculture is mainly by the private sector, they consider agriculture to be very private, and therefore the private sector should be able to support their industry. So we haven't attained a lot. During this time, we've been pushing a lot because the president was a minister for agriculture when I was a CEO of KENAF, and we used to relate somehow. And we used to speak more or less the same language because we are now blaming somebody up there. So this time around, I don't know whom we are going to blame. Because now he is sitting at the seat and he knows the importance of agriculture. And we had these conversations before even the government was fully formed. And he promised that I'm going to support agriculture. I'm sure he's going to do that. I have seen some slight change in the budgetary allocation by 0.82% in this budget, the one we have right now. Maybe if we can move by 0.82%, it will take us around for 13 years to reach 10%. Maybe, if we are consistent. But I think the most important thing is to make sure those economists understand. And that is why I was telling you, what I've been trying to struggle to do is get my colleagues understand. Because when you also speak in Bunge, it very much depends on who is listening and who has already a formed opinion. And you know, some people have formed opinions, and you see, professionals are not very noisy. They don't have a lot of convincing. They'll just say the facts as they are, and you sit down. Somebody will come out here and say so many things which are quite unrelated, and they carry the day. So that's the predicament we might be in. But I want to say this, that we will keep on pushing for funding to agriculture. If we can get funding to agriculture right, then we will also get funding to research. And if we get funding to research right, we shall come up with a formula of apportioning this money from the exchequer. And then, the other way we have come up as now in our own way, because these sectors are also generating revenue. Every sector whose legislation we are doing this time, we are trying to raise money from within. And the sugar, we did create a 4% levy for all ex-factory sugar and any sugar import. That 4% levy is money to develop the sector. And we agreed that 40% of that money will go to cane development. Because you know, the people who are affected most are farmers. They don't have good varieties, they have never had their soil checked for a very long time. We don't know whether they need irrigation or not. And of course, you know, you're professionals. You know that there are three things that matter if you want to increase productivity. Soil health, availability of water, and good seed. If you have poor variety seed, even if you irrigate forever, it will not give you anything beyond its potential. If the soil is poor, even if the seed is as vibrant as what, it will not give you anything. And of course, this country needs to turn to irrigation as a decision, as a very deliberate decision, because we suffer moisture and depression. We get to a wetting point before harvest, before the formation of the fruit, which we eat actually. If it is maize, before the maize tassels and gives you the grains, the moisture content goes down. So we need to do supplementary irrigation at that particular point in time to finish off that crop. So there is need for us to consider funding for agriculture, and therefore funding for research. So what we have done is that we have put 40% proposal from National Assembly. Of course, Senate is looking at it. And I said that they also don't have complete opinion. We will have to negotiate. When it comes to the final position, it must be negotiated position with good reasons. If they change, then they will tell us why they have changed, and we'll see whether we can. We have also put 15% to sugar research. We have also put, I think, 15% again, I think 10% to run the sector. We have to put 15% for the machinery, rehabilitation of the machines, because we realize that some of those factories are old, they need some source of financing. Remember, this is not grant to them, this is loan. And even farmers will be borrowing this money. We are creating a revolving fund. They borrow that money, they do whatever it is, it is deducted over time, and then they are able to move on. What is actually expendable here is the money that, if you neglect farmers' organization, farmers are not put together to put pressure on government, and government listens to pressure. Government doesn't listen to anything else. It's pressure. The reason why, for instance, like us, we are able to do a few things is because we put pressure also. So it's pressure. So if you don't have strong farmer institutions, then you don't grow very fast. So we have put 5% deliberately to outgrow organizations. So you will have to sort yourselves out, because I know they are here. And you know we are very many in sugar. You know sugar is sweet, but there are so many things that are also excessive in sugar. So you need to sort yourselves out. So when we do that, we will consistently be able now to together push. As we push from outside, we are pushing from within. And then we'll be able to increase the percentage. The moment we increase the percentage, we have realized the only countries that were in our last meeting, this meeting was, I think, in Lusaka last month. The only countries that we clapped for, I think there are two. Rwanda, which has been putting 10%, and I think, I can't remember the other one very well. They are the only ones who are meeting the Malabo targets. You know, Maputo, after 10 years, they changed again now to Malabo. They went and had specific measurable, targets that are measured every 2 years through the comprehensive, the biannual reviews under the CADP. So, funding to research will be resuscitated through that funding, through the 15% you implemented. That is for sure their money. Nobody will touch it, because even Dongo is not able to access it. We have also put 15% to the infrastructural development in those areas, and we have said money paid by farmers from Kisumu County will go to Kisumu County. Whatever is contributed by people from Kakamega will go to Kakamega. So it will be distributed that way. We have strongly proposed that this money be managed by the institution that does roads in this country, Kenya Rural Roads Authority. I don't know, when you go to Senate and they are reciprocating to the governors, and they met the Council of Governors during their stakeholder consultations, during the public participation, of course, they will come up with something different, and we shall see what we can do. So that is the beginning of getting money to the research. The other one is trying to push as much as possible, looking at the logic of choice in the distribution of the money. We look at the money that the government gives, the ministry gives to the institutions. We call it transfer to SAGAs. Sometimes it comes as a block, but we tell them it. They open to so much money. And then it went further, What we did was we did clusters. We formed clusters. That's why you elect a representative to the Kenya stock cluster. We have a rift. In those clusters, you have individuals, you will elect individuals who sit in the board. Now, when it comes to zoning, zoning has two issues. Some people would like to have zoning nothing against these institutions, even as I mentioned them. Chemelili exists, Moron exists, Miwan exists in this region, Sony, and it, you know, assume it's a region that has those sugar factories. Then you zone it. What are you telling the farmers? That they die because they will not get paid. That's what you're telling them. You stay here, you supply. It is that within the greater cluster, let us have competition. Let's have competition. If somebody is within this cluster and they want to survive, they will go for the cane. But we said, and we put a very stiff. If you have to sell cane, you must have a cane supply contract. Cane, you wait for whoever comes to buy to grow cane with a focus. Depend on the extent to which they are helping you to develop the cane. Those who come with propositions on how they can better develop the cane and then reduce the cost, the effectiveness within low cost, high cost you can get into contract with. And that if you get into contract with any you get into contract with so and so, and they do cane development for you, have incurred cost from the person. So you must sell to that person. So the most important thing is, whom do you get into contract with? But you have the freedom to choose. That is the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think most of the issues have been addressed by Dr. Munga. He's, I think, explained it so well. Now, I only wanted to add that to support research, not only in sugar industry, but even agriculture in general, we've been lucky that we've been developing bills together with the various parliamentary committees. And we've been lucky that we've been getting the support, because within those bills, just as Dr. has explained, we've been proposing some levies and some fees. And we've been lucky that the regulations, for example, that we have for a number of crops currently have a provision for levies and fees. And those levies and fees are the ones that we are supposed to apportion part of it to be used for research. Now, in the case of sugar and coffee, we are aware that sometimes back in 2016, the levies were removed. And that has been one of the reasons why the support for research in sugar industry has really gone down. And you remember earlier I had said that some of the superior varieties that we have in our research centers cannot be multiplied for use by farmers because even the funds to multiply those seeds are very meager and limited. We are happy that the parliamentary committees are also pursuing the idea of increasing budget to agriculture, as Dr. Mutunga has explained. But while we are waiting for that, our bills are capturing the need to have levies and fees that part of is supposed to support research. So we've done that in a number of crops, but as is explained, when you look at CALRO as a body, it has so many research institutes. And those research institutes have mandates for specific value chains. You realize that they are all answerable to the Director General. So whether it is sugar research at Kibos or horticulture research at Thika, they are all answerable to the Director General in Nairobi. And there has been a general problem that even the donors don't feel comfortable to support research if, for example, the money they are supposed to bring direct to Sugar Research Institute at Kibos will still be controlled from another office. They are not at peace to support any research on horticulture, for example, at Institute in Thika, if that money will still have to go through the Director General's office. So, from the time CALRO began operations, there has also been that general decline in donor support for research in specific value chains. So, I know currently there is the issue of the sugar bill. And it has included that provision for levies, as we've been told, and even how the levy will be apportioned for various activities that promote the industry. And therefore, when that bill goes through, I'm not saying it should go through Daktari, because that means we are splitting alpha into small pieces, and that is already a concern at some quarters. But then, when it does, or when we are able to get back the levies, then we hope we'll be able to support research. Although, that may also mean, again, amending the CALRO Act to allow the money that will be gotten from the levies should go specifically to support sugar research in Kibos or Mtwapa. Otherwise, it will still be difficult to take all the money to CALRO headquarters and then being apportioned to the sugar research. So that is why sometimes, as much as I'm the DG, but I want to be alive to the truth that we need to develop some of these sectors. And for us to do it, we must come out clear on how research will be enhanced and sustained to ensure that that particular industry grows. Now, there's also the issue of the zoning, and that one I don't want to give any more comments apart from what Dr. Arya said. All that we are saying is that there's need for contracting production. Contracted production. Because the truth of the matter is this. Most of our farmers are not only in sugarcane. Most of the Kenyan farmers are small-scale farmers. Sometimes back, it was costing around 150,000 Kenya shillings to develop 1 acre of cane. I know we all know that very few small-scale farmers are able to afford that kind of money on their own. So, they need to be supported. And if Miller A supports 2 farmers, 3 farmers, surely it becomes very unfair for Miller C to come and harvest that cane at midnight and we all the way to Kaitui. How many of you know Kaitui? We could go all the way to Kaitui and steal the cane there. We harvest at 3 a.m. Now, we are saying I need to harvest sugarcane that I've supported farmers to produce. So whether we are going to call it zoning, whether we are going to call it regions, whether we are going to call it clustering, the fact is, let's be fair in our farming practices. Because if we are not, then we are killing the industry. Now, there are few farmers who are able to afford 150,000 to do 1 acre of cane. And they can even do 10 acres, 100 acres. Those ones are at liberty, in my personal opinion. You are at liberty to grow your cane and deliver it to whoever you want. The only other factor we keep asking, based on one of the comments, was that what is the cost of transporting a ton of cane over a 200-kilometer distance? What is the cost? And who is bearing that cost? Is it the miller or the farmer? Yes, so those are some of the issues that need to be dissected with a view to being fair to all the players. Because if that cost is being loaded on the farmer, then I think we are being unfair to the farmer, isn't it? At the end of the day, you'll get so little to carry home. Especially when you consider that sugarcane production, the plant crop, most of the times, the farmer is at a loss. First ratoon may be something small, 30–40%. Second ratoon is when you may get something. And you all know the challenges surrounding the sugar production. Sometimes by the first ratoon, there's an accidental fire, isn't it? So what happens to that farmer? So what we are saying is, if a farmer is able to invest in the sugarcane production 100%, you are at liberty to sell it to whoever you want. But when you are contracted because you are unable to fund or invest in the whole process, please contract. The person who has contracted you should be the person supplied the kit. Thank you. I think I'll want to stop there unless there's another question I didn't comment on.
Dubai.
Dubai.
Yeah.
Okay, the issue of Dubai, I don't know how to deal with it, but I think it should be for plenary. Because, think of it. Why do we need to go to Dar es Salaam to hold this symposium for Kenyans? Is it that we want to align something? Or do we want to benchmark? I don't know. It is something that should be for plenary. But then, some of the underlying factors will be the cost of doing that, there vis-a-vis the cost of doing it here, and whether we can take a whole team there, or we are better off even inviting the Dubaians to here. I don't know. It is an issue that can be discussed in a plenary and a way forward found, but I don't know. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Because of time, we'll have to stop there. We are 15 minutes past 11. A big round of applause to the Director General. Asante sana. Let's take our break right now, 30 minutes. We come back as we close. Ladies and gentlemen, timer is on. Please make it 30 minutes. The clock begins now. Asanteni sana. But we must start with the farmer. Well enriched, well supported, then the whole industry will be sustainable. New technology that will transform the face of the sugar industry. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Second last installment. Our judges are here. We've been listening to the different presentations, innovation presentations, but at the same time being driven by thematic areas. We want to continue on that trajectory. This time round focusing on unlocking soil potential for improved sugarcane productivity. That will take work. That will take work. Welcome those who are coming in and those joining us online. Karibuni sana. And because this is going to be a tough session, let's be upstanding. Let's be upstanding for a moment. Let's be upstanding for a moment so that we are ready for this final thematic area as we listen. Eyes on the screen, always the directions will be on the screen. This is one of my critical online mentors who talks of having a daily dozen. Every single day, 10 things that you do to keep yourself set. So, Kung Fu Master, simple exercise. I said, Karibu Sana, 40 minutes. You have questions for him? Menti.com is your platform. Unlocking soil potential for improved sugarcane productivity. Karibu Sana, Daktari. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Welcome. Karibu. Makofi yake tafadhali. Welcome, welcome. 40 minutes once you're ready. Once you're ready, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Or is it already afternoon? All right. My name is Martin Aulu. I am the agroecology advisor for GAZ. GAZ is the development wing of the German government. While I wait for my slides to appear on the screen, I just want to give a a little background about, the work that GIZ does, especially in terms of trying to improve soil fertility in Kenya, especially in Western Kenya. So GIZ has been implementing several projects focused on rehabilitating degraded soils in Western Kenya since 2015. One of the projects that is still going on is what we call ProSoil, where we promote several technologies intended to rehabilitate our soils. But then there's another one called the Carbon Project. Sorry, I think you're missing the... Okay, this is the right presentation. So usually when we talk about healthy soils, a lot of times we tend to focus on these ones, yeah? Especially when we think about sugarcane. So we talk about fertilizers, NPK, and so on. But a healthy soil, in addition to having these elements, it needs to have biomass, very important. It also needs to have these microorganisms. So all these three are what, if your farm has all these three, then you can say that you have a healthy soil. Now we know that our soils in Kenya are quite degraded. If you look at this, most of this is degraded soils, the red, and in Western Kenya, there's a lot of degraded soils. So GIZ, we implement several projects that are intended to rehabilitate these degraded soils. We work mainly in the three counties of Siaya, Kakamega, and Bungoma. And so these are the three projects which are focused on soil. There is the ProSilience, there is the ProSoil that has been running since 2015, but then there is also the Soil Carbon Project. So these are the things that we do. We provide agricultural advisory to small holder farmers on, how to implement some of the technologies intended to improve degraded soils. We're also involved in building the organizational capacities of different CBOs, different groups that are focused on improving soil. We also look at issues of research, so we undertake farmer-led research, which tries to co-create knowledge together with the farmers. But also we engage in issues of policy, trying to ensure that there is an enabling framework to ensure that issues of soil fertility are integrated in our policies, both national and county level. So these are some of the technologies that we promote, and we have a lot of experience in doing this, mainly in maize, beans, and other crops. But now we are trying to get into sugarcane as well. So what we are going to do under the Prosilience project is to test some of these soil enhancing technologies, but within sugarcane farming systems. So some of those technologies include conservation agriculture, so intercropping, crop rotation. We also promote composting or use of biofertilizers, vermi-juice as well, vermicompost. Liming as well, because a lot of our soils in Western Kenya are very acidic, and so we try to enhance those soils through liming. Issues of terracing and having this vegetative barrier, these are off-farm or sometimes also on-farm measures that we implement together with farmers to ensure that issues of soil erosion does not occur. Minimum tillage is another technology that we promote, especially in terms of ensuring that we retain the soil structure, but also enhance the microorganisms that are in the soil. Also good agricultural practices. Push-pull is another technology, as well as agroforestry. So these are some of the changes that we're able to see. So on the left here you see this farm not very productive, but after implementation of some of those technologies, this is what you have. This is a gully since rehabilitated, and so you have more healthy landscapes. So these are some of the things that we do: restore soil structure, revive soil life, replenish some of the nutrients that are lost either through erosion and so on. And some of the positive impact is reduced costs to the farmers, increased profits, but also sustained productivity. So in terms of policy work, these are some of the things that we do. So we're promoting the development of the soil management strategy and policy. This has been adopted by the cabinet, launched. This is Siaya County Agricultural Soil Management Policy, and I think this is Kakamega Soil Management Strategy. So the idea is, if we have policies that recognize the importance of soil and tries to conserve those soils, then we will be able to enhance our productivity. Also, we try to ensure that issues of soil fertility management are integrated into our curriculum. And so we developed these soil management curriculum, learning guides, assessment and mentoring tools, which have been approved by TVET SIDAC. Also establishment of these practical learning demo sites. Yeah, and also building the capacity of agricultural TVETs to be able to train on, soil management. Of course, we have challenges, delay in certification of learners, infrastructure, very necessary, especially for these TVETs, but also the demo sites that are very important for extension provision. And also, of course, inadequate trainers and instructors. So those are some of the challenges that we are still having. So some of the impacts that we've had over the years, almost over 180,000 farmers trained. We've been able to implement these soil management technologies in over 59,000 hectares. We've seen improvements in yields, maize, beans. We're hoping that if we implement some of these technologies in sugarcane systems, then we'll also be able to have such increased yields. Improved water infiltration, sequestration of CO2, but also just creation of employment for individuals and households. So as part of harvesting some of the positive impacts of the ProSoil or some of the technology we've been promoting, the GIZ carbon project is an additional way of adding value to soil management. And so this is basically how the carbon finance works. So what the carbon project does is quantify the emission reductions from the technologies that we promote and then selling those credits. But what we then do is we don't give the farmers cash, but what we do is we integrate the funds into additional extension service provision so that many more farmers are aware of these technologies and adopt them. So this is just some background about that carbon project, and these are the areas where it's implemented. Remember I said we work mainly in Siaya, Kakamega, and Bungoma, but of course there are those policy elements that we work nationally. Good, so these are some of the stakeholders and partners that we work with: county government, SCCS, carbon certificate off-taker, extension services, small scale farmers, and of course GIZ. So this is the institutional structure or framework for the carbon project. And then the Prosilience project is the latest addition to the family of projects that GIZ implements, focused on enhancing soil fertility. And the idea behind, Prosilience is essentially to promote an agroecological transition of our farming systems. This is often a very popular diagram of how the different planetary boundaries are under threat, and most of it is because of how we practice our agriculture. So agriculture contributes a lot to the earth exceeding these planetary boundaries. So Prosilience is essentially a response to some of these challenges of our current farming systems, which include loss of biodiversity, all this water that is used, and of course also contributing to climate change, which, as we all know, is a major problem. But what is agroecology? So there are different definitions, but the one that we use is these principles and techniques that sort of apply ecological principles or use ecological principles to the study, design, implementation of agriculture. And a lot of times it's distinguished, divided into these different areas. So it's a science, a practice, but also a movement. And these are some of the elements or principles of agroecology that we promote. A lot of them you're probably aware of: efficiency, recycling, regulation, synergies, diversity, co-creation, which is very important, circular economy, and so on. And in theory, we are told you can transition your food systems using these different levels. So we apply that system in the Prosilience project to try and see how can we enhance not only our soils, but also our food systems in general. So this is just a little background about the Prosilience project. It's co-funded by the EU and the German government. It's being implemented in Kenya, Benin, Ethiopia, and Madagascar. Of course, I'll just focus mainly on what we do in Kenya. And like I mentioned, it's also still part of the ProSoil project. So these are the objectives: adoption of these technological, socio-economic measures to innovations in agroecology. So I'm very happy that this summit is focusing on innovations, but also that the political research framework in the countries where we implement the project is improved, but also that knowledge that has been co-created with participants, with stakeholders is shared. So this is what we think should happen. So in most of our countries in Africa, Kenya included, we tend to have these two sort of farming systems: the traditional low input and the conventional high input market-oriented agriculture. So this is where sugarcane falls, mainly monoculture with a lot of use of synthetic fertilizers and so on. But we are hoping that even such systems can be enhanced, and that's why we're looking at what are some of the ideas, opportunities for improving such monoculture systems, including sugarcane, to be more agroecological. So what we intend to do is, of course, understand these systems. How do they operate? What are the inputs that are used, and so on? And so what are then the opportunities for enhancing such systems? And then we will select interventions that is applicable or relevant to the sugarcane industry, and then implement or adopt them so that we move the system to the more agroecological one as well, and then share those lessons that we will have learned so that they can be upscaled. So these are some of the activities that we hope to do, and that's why for me this was a very good opportunity to share with you what we're thinking, but also to ensure that we are able to co-create these innovations together with you. And so we are looking forward to partnering with those who are also interested in transitioning sugarcane systems. So of course we will promote adoption of some of these soil fertility technologies that are applicable to sugarcane farming systems. We think that conservation agriculture is one of them that we can apply. Integrated soil fertility management could also have a place. Agroforestry could be integrated, and of course other good agricultural practices And then we also want to see the possibility of, using biochar to enhance soil fertility in sugarcane systems. ALVs, this is part of the broader prosilience activities. But we also know the challenges that we have with soil testing. Not everybody is able to do soil testing. So what we hope to do is to develop an ecological soil fertility indicator that farmers can quickly use, or extension service providers can use to quickly tell the farmers the condition of their soils, so that they can be able to put in place some interventions. Promoting agroecological practices in primary and secondary schools, we think this is also a way through which we can promote the adoption of these technologies through schools, but also in the hope that the pupils and the students can take this back home and influence their parents. Of course, there are many other technologies that we think is applicable in the farming systems. We will look at that. Part of the broader objectives of the prosilience is also to promote commercialization of some of the products that were developed under ProSoil. These include vermijuice, mucuna, which is a very good cover crop as well. Community seed banking is probably not very applicable to sugarcane, but we hope to promote indigenous seeds because they are very important. We're also working with the national government to develop what we're calling agroecology extension manual. This will be a guide that extension service providers can use to promote these agroecological technologies, including in sugarcane systems. As part of bringing change at these more transformational levels, we're also having what we're calling an agroecology leadership academy, which is essentially a program to identify and build capacity of change makers in society to be able to catalyze the transition towards more agroecological systems. And of course, lastly, we are supporting Ministry of Agriculture to develop this national agroecology strategies. In terms of inputs, we are working with organic fertilizer producers to be able to not only aggregate so that we have enough supply of organic fertilizers which farmers can use, including in sugarcane, but also to just test the efficacy of some of these organic fertilizers so that we can be able to advise farmers on how to apply them. Oh yeah, this I already mentioned, the support to the national government to develop the national agroecology strategy. Good. So that was just an overview of some of the activities that we undertake as GSZ.
Dr. Martin, asante sana for the presentation. Questions now, and two already via Menti. Let's just have Menti on the screen. The first question here. Hi, Dr. Oulu. Please speak to the use of digital technology in soil testing and how one of the near-infrared innovations that was showcased can be utilized. Maybe we can start with that question first. That's 2 minutes.
Well, I'm not very good at digital technology. I've seen very very complicated tests. I was in Tunisia the other day, and they have very high-tech soil measurement equipment. I think they have a place for those who can afford them. But if you looked at my slide, we realized that for many small-scale farmers, it's not very easy to even just do the simple soil test. And so that's where we're proposing to develop a simple ecological indicator test. So just by looking at the plants and the weeds that are on your farm, you should be able to tell the condition of your soil. We think that it's important that we promote technologies that are quite accessible, quite cheap, that many farmers can access. But of course, I agree there's need to also invest in high-tech digital technology as well.
All right, there's another question here. Do you have mobile soil testing clinics in Siaya, Kakamega, and Bungoma?
Do we have?
Do you have mobile soil testing clinics?
No, but we have, we're working with Calro. We set up a soil testing facility in Calro, a loop that is accessible to farmers. Of course, we have some challenges, but yeah, that is how GIZ is contributing to soil testing.
All right. Another question here. Dr. Daktari, is it possible for small-scale farmers to get soil testing services for free, or at least at subsidized prices? Currently, farmers are randomly applying fertilizers without knowing their soil needs.
Yeah, I mean, as part of ensuring that soil testing services are accessible, there could be programs to subsidize the cost. I think in our collaboration with Calro, the testing is already sort of subsidized a little bit, but I think more needs to be done, and I'm happy that our decision makers are here and can see what can be done in terms of incentives to ensure that farmers test and know their soil.
All right, another question here. Among technologies promoted by ProSoil, which ones will you also apply under sugarcane?
Yeah, so the technologies that we have been working with under ProSoil are about 6. Conservation agriculture, integrated soil fertility management, and so on. What we are now going to do under sugarcane is find out which of those technologies are applicable to sugarcane systems. We know, for example, that use of cover crops is something that farmers already practice, especially with the first, when you plant your sugarcane for the first time, but after a tuning, it becomes difficult. So we will assess and see what is possible. What specific technologies are possible at different stages in the development of the cane. So this is part of the Prosilience project that is coming up, and we are hoping to co-create and identify which of these technologies are most applicable for sugarcane systems, and then later on, based on the experience, recommend what is possible and what is feasible.
Mm-hmm. Another question here. Have you come up with some set of crops that do well in certain regions so as to encourage commercial agriculture in those regions?
Not as GIZ, but I believe this is something that Calro and other organizations, including AFA, could recommend and advise farmers on.
Okay. Another question here. Hi, Doc. Do we have an updated Kenyan soil map? How can we access? That's Olukwo.
Yeah, this is something that we've been thinking about. I don't know whether we have an updated one. The last I remember was several years back. But I think that's a very good idea, and we're thinking of, bringing back what used to be called the GTZ, soil map, to be able to tell us the conditions of our soil. So that is something that we are thinking of reviving.
All right. 2 minutes left, maybe final question here. Will the national agroecology strategies accommodate commodity crops, for example, sugarcane, or only food crops?
Yeah, the national agroecology strategy should cover all types of crops, and not only crops, but also livestock. There's always this idea that we cannot, promote agroecology in commercial crops like sugarcane and so on. And so what we're trying to do in ProSoil is, demystify this myth that commercial agriculture, commercial crops cannot become agroecological. So this is why we are engaging in this, to test and see what is possible and so on. And so the national agroecology strategy will of course include all types of crops, but also livestock.
Dr. Martin, a big round of applause to Dr. Daktari. Thank you so much for your contribution. We appreciate, and thank you so much for your questions. We know the drill. Please just get that bottle. Just get one bottle. The person on the right this time round. The person on the right. Get one bottle. Get one bottle. The person on the right. The person. Only one bottle per table. Only table. Okay, so we're going to pass it round. Pass it round. Only one bottle. Pick a bottle. Only one bottle. Only one bottle. Okay, so let's take it round. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Come on. Where are the bottles? Bottle. It's here. Yeah. Just do that. And the person, when I say stop, if you still have the bottle, you stand up. So let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Stop. Okay, stand. Let me look at you. Fantastic. Okay, a big round of applause. Don't sit down yet. Don't sit down. We have a sugarcane competition, chewing competition. So get ready. Okay, that was for trials. The next time, the person who gets the bottle, we have sugarcane. Where are they? Let's just, camera, focus on them. Camera, let's focus on the sugarcane here. We want to see the champion, and of course there will be an award. Check that out. Fantastic. So get ready. Okay, a big round of applause to those who are standing. So the next time we will have that competition. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, our final innovation. 25 minutes. Let's have the screen, please. Please, a big round of applause to Humphrey Lumadete. Innovation presentation 8. Bagasse derived activated carbon. 25 minutes. Once you're ready, let me know. 25 minutes. Once you're ready. You're ready? Good. Thank you so much. Over to you. Still having your 25 minutes, don't worry. 25 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you very much for welcoming me to this second symposium. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Humphrey Lumadede Mudoga. I'm a researcher. I work for Kiridi, Kenya Industrial Research Development Institute. My innovation, I'll be talking about how we can add value to bagasse, and if possible in future, the farmers should demand some money from the factories for the bagasse which they provide. Because when a farmer plants cane, you plant cane and it grows, the fiber is there and the liquid is there. The liquid you make sugar. And that fiber, part of it is used in the factory to make steam, electricity. But there is some which is left. And that's the area I'm targeting. 30 years ago when I worked in the sugar factory at Chemelil, we had gone for lunch. Then we had a kingora. And a kingora means whatever you are doing, you must come back and check what is happening in the factory. So when the kingora rang, we found that we came back to the factory and the bagasse was burning next to the factory and it was causing a lot of damage. So we managed to contain it. Well, we didn't go for lunch because by the time we finished, it was lunchtime was over, so we worked in the whole afternoon without our lunch, which was not good. So I'm looking at a future generation using this excess bagasse, which is a mayonnaise, to produce some compounds, chemicals, which are of value, and probably they might be of more value than the sugar. In Egypt, for example, where there is very little trees, bagasse is very expensive there because it is used to make in building houses. So when you have a lot of bagasse, we are now trying to innovate something to make, in my case, it is called activated carbon. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to discuss these issues, and then I will show you 2 or 3 slides, and that will be over. I don't want to read everything. So if you just listen to what I'm saying, probably that will be enough. You don't have to even to look at the slide. So I centered at Chemelil, where I had worked for some time, 1990s, and they allowed me to take their bagasse. They also gave me some of their syrup, which I was using in my experiments. I also got some lecturers from Maseno University and also Kiridi, where I work, and we sat together and we made a plan how to see how we can use bagasse to make what is called activated carbon, or is called activated charcoal. And actually, it is just charcoal. But charcoal we make from wood mostly. And in European countries, America, they use coal. In Kenya, we have some coal, but we have not started mining it. And people use wood for most activities. But of late, we have found that you can even use bagasse to make briquettes, which can be used. And this is a way of climate change, going green. I'm happy we have got climate people here. I would like you to support me on this. So when you look at activated carbon or activated charcoal, if you've seen how it is made in the village, how people make charcoal, you make wood and you cover it with some soil. The covering means you don't want oxygen to get into the burning of the wood. So once you have that burning of wood at very little oxygen, then you make your charcoal. So the word activated comes in when you try to make it more, we say, to increase the surface area so that it can attract some other compounds. So this is actually what I did, and I came up with an equipment. My innovation is the equipment which I made, and that equipment can be done by some of us, and that equipment can turn a bagasse into activated carbon. And activated carbon is used to refine sugar. I'm told me one used to refine sugar. But the refining sugar is expensive because of that activated carbon. So if we can make it from bagasse, then that activated carbon will be cheaply found in Kenya, and we can do our refining locally. We need refined sugar in places like Kenya breweries, Coca-Cola, and the pharmaceutical companies, they want refined sugar. Sugar which does not have any impurities. Because if you use our normal sugar which we get from the mills, that is called raw sugar. That raw sugar has got some impurities. And if you use it directly for making beer and sodas, after some days you will see some sediments at the end of the bottle. You will see some things settling at the end of the bottle, and you wonder, how did they get inside here? Initially the solution was very clean, the beer was very good. But there are some reactions between the impurities in the sugar which we have. And those reactions will cause sedimentation and spoil your product. So we need to make our own refined sugar in Kenya here using our local products, so that at the end of the day we don't import and lose on foreign exchange, and also we do greening. When you make activated carbon locally, the final product after you have made you have done your decolorization, or you have made cleaned your solution, that remnant can be used as fertilizer in the farm. So you don't lose anything when you are making activated carbon. So at the end of the day, I looked at it and I said, okay, economically, how can the farmer benefit from this? When you have a sugar cane, about half of it is bagasse, or a quarter, depending on the variety of cane you use. So if you take like 1 ton of cane, then you can say a quarter of that cane is bagasse. Now, when you bring it to the factory, the bagasse which is made, half of that bagasse will be used in the factory, and half of it will be left. And that is the bagasse which, if you make it into activated carbon and sell, I did my arithmetic and found that a farmer should be getting at least 500 shillings on the cane he's delivering to the factory, if the factory can end up turning that bagasse into activated carbon. And that activated carbon can be used for sugar refining. In hospitals, people who have ingested poison, they are given activated carbon to vomit out, so that maybe if you have not taken a lot, you can survive. Yeah. The ladies nowadays, if you have got a lady at home, sometimes they cover themselves with black substance. You wonder, what are they putting? Maybe you can think it is cow dung, but it is not cow dung. Activated carbon is now being used in cosmetics to help their faces so that they look beautiful. When they wash away the black substance, they look beautiful. So this activated carbon is not a joke. And it comes from bagasse. So this is what I went into it, and I will show you a few slides, and that will be all. But thank you very much for if you have understood that, you have understood generally what I want to say. Thank you. So for cases of going green, you can see that you can have sugar cane. You get your sugar, you take it to the refiner. The waste carbon, activated carbon, which you have refined, it becomes fertilizer. Thank you. So this is how activated carbon looks like if you are putting in a microscope. There are some spaces, and those spaces are the ones you create when you are making your carbon. Your carbon is wood, or it is bagasse, but when you heat it at certain temperature, there are some things which go out, and those ones are the ones which cause the activated carbon to be the way it is looking. And it becomes a magnet. It starts attracting impurities. So if you have got some impurities on your skin, the activated carbon will remove those impurities so that it looks very smooth. So I analyzed our bagasse and found out that you have cellulose and you have hemicellulose. So when you are doing the making of the activated carbon, the hemicellulose, the lignin, and the ash, you don't want them. So by heating and a little amount of oxygen, you end up with the only carbon or cellulose, which is the one which you use to make activated carbon. So again, if you do element analysis of bagasse, you'll find most of it is carbon, but there is some oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen. Those ones, during your heating and a very little oxygen, you end up with only carbon, which is the one you'll need to use for your activation. So I have some figures, but I think Sugar Directorate will give me some better figures, that we have an excess of 700 tons of excess bagasse, meaning the factories don't need it. So this is a raw material, which actually I'm saying that at least the farmers should benefit from this excess bagasse when we make things like activated carbon. So in making of activated carbon, the science involved is you must use some temperature, you must use some time to make your activated carbon. Though if you observe these factors, then your activated carbon will be desirable for use in whatever field you want, sugar refining or in hospitals or in water treatment. In USA, most of the water treatment is done by activated carbon. So I have some methods here, but I won't go into those ones. I will just show you that when I made my activated carbon, I wanted to see whether it works very well. So I looked at the syrup, what colorants are there, because I used the activated carbon to see whether it can remove color in the syrup. And if you analyze the syrup we have, you'll find that there are compounds which are called melanins, melanoidins, and caramels. Caramels and the melanins, you can, during your operations in the factory, you can eliminate them. But the melanoidins are the colorants which remain into the sugar, and they can cause damage, let's say when you are using in the brewery industry. And the melanoidins come from reactions between the reducing sugars and the amino acids which are present in the juice. So my work, generally, my objective was to make activated carbon from bagasse by using an equipment which I made from my own principles, and it made the activated carbon which I used syrup to colorize. So those are my specific objectives. You make the equipment, you put in bagasse. Once you have put in bagasse, you carbonize it, and then you activate it using carbon dioxide. After you have activated it, then you test the activated carbon. You look for the density, you look for the surface area, you look for the radius. So those are the things you test. We have got American Society testing of materials methods, which I used. Again, this is generally what you do. I believe we have young men here who will take some of these issues I'm discussing here. You have your carbonization of bagasse. This is where you are making the charcoal. And then once you have made the charcoal, you use carbon dioxide gas. Sometimes they use steam to do that work. You can use steam, but carbon dioxide is easy. And then you test for the density. And then once you have done the testing, you get some figures. Those figures are the ones you will use using scientific language and scientific methods to analyze, and they will tell you whether the activated carbon has behaved very well when you are decolorizing syrup. So I was glad I was given some commercial activated carbons by a company in England. And the retort, the furnace which I used, which I made them at Kiridi in the workshop. And Kiridi also gave me carbon dioxide. And Chemelil gave me the syrup, which I used for testing. So I won't go through all this. Thank you for Chemelil. They gave me syrup, which I analyzed. And those are the figures. When we're analyzing syrup, people work in the factory, they will understand those figures. Also, I got some molasses, and these are the figures I got. So this is my equipment. It's just a laboratory way of making activated carbon. You have some stainless steel, you cover it very well. As I said, people make charcoal, you make sure you cover with soil. But in the laboratory, I didn't do that. So what happens is that this hole is a small hole. When you are heating, you heat about 300 degrees centigrade, you find out how it behaves. You go to 400 degrees, you check how it behaves. 500 degrees, like that. So this is the carbonization stage, the making of the charcoal. So smoke will come out, and you don't want smoke in the laboratory. So this system here will collect the smoke so that what goes out, they will not disturb the environment. And you have your temperature measurement here, and you have your bagasse here. Bagasse will be in this container. Then you use a Bunsen burner, and you get your carbonized material, you get your charcoal. The next stage now is to activate it. So these are figures I got. The yield at 300, I've already explained that. So after I have made my carbonized material, I now go to activate it. I use carbon dioxide, and you get carbon dioxide passing through an oven, it heats it, and then it finds your charcoal here, and then it goes out. Now I found out in this reaction that sometimes this carbon dioxide was coming back. It was not going through. It was coming back if you are doing this experiment. So what I need to do, I use some chemical engineering knowledge, and I created a pressure difference by bringing some nitrogen here so that it can pull the carbon dioxide gas so that it can pass through the charcoal. So after that, you collect whatever is left behind there. That is now your activated carbon, and you test it. So this is how it looks, the activated carbon. So I got some results, and those results, I know you cannot see them here, but you can see them properly here. The blue ones are the ones that was given by the England company, which are used in the commercial. We are testing to find out the surface area, because if you have got a big surface area, you have got a good activated carbon. And the surface area for activated carbon usually is about 1,200 meters squared per gram. So if you do an activated carbon, which is about 1,000 meters squared per gram, then you know you have a good activated carbon. And mine, if you look at the commercial ones, it was about 1,300. The next one was about 1,100. Now the yellow ones are the ones which I made. 300 degrees, 500 degrees centigrade for 3 hours, for 4 hours, for 5 hours. At 600 degrees, this is 600 degrees, 3 hours activation, 4 hours activation, 5 hours activation. So you see the activated carbon I made at 600 degrees temperature and 5-hour activation is nearing what the commercial ones are. So I decided now to concentrate on these three. These ones, I know they are not giving me very good results, so I decided to leave them behind. Before I leave them behind, I checked to see whether they can decolorize iodine solution. Iodine is easy to decolorize, and the commercial ones are in red. They showed me a good results, but I can see that the yellow one also gave me good result. The same case for molasses solution. I diluted the molasses and I did the colorization, and you can see the yellow ones. See, if 600 degrees centigrade was giving me a good competition to activated carbon. So in finishing, I tabulated the three which were giving good results. And actually, the first one, which is the top one, it is good. It's a commercial carbon, but its pH was found to be about 4.5. Now it cannot be used in the sugar industry because if a pH of 4.5 will invert the sugar juice. So I deleted, or I didn't want to continue with it anymore. I concentrated on the two, and on those two, the middle one is the one which I made. So I think that's all. The rest is just mathematical and tabulation. And here, if you use logarithmic, you'll also find some straight lines. And those straight lines, the middle one is the activated carbon which I made. Thank you.
Lumadede, thank you so much indeed for the presentation. Questions from the judges? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Lumadede, for a very good research that you've done on the activated carbon. Number one is, would you be able to give a schematic outline of your process for the production so as to enable somebody going through it to evaluate the stages in a manner that would be able to qualify the process that you have undertaken? Number two, I looked at your parameters for the syrup, and I remember seeing a purity of 34 in the slides. I'm not sure if this one was probably effect of the treatment of the activated charcoal to the extent that there was deterioration in the product that came out, and therefore non-suitability of the activated carbon for application in the process, because this is one of the checks that you would have to employ in order for you to qualify as to whether it would be suitable for the purpose intended. And the last one, we want to believe you did this. I don't know whether there was any other person to be able to authenticate or vouch for you for the originality of the idea and participation of the same. Like, you didn't mention whether there was a supervisor on the same to collaborate, you claim, or quote a certain authority for the same. Last but not least, under which thematic slot do we put your product or the production? Is it under waste control? Is it under improvement of processes, is it which one among the thematic areas that you were given during the time that you are registering? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Because of time, we'll take those questions. Is there any other further burning question? All right, excellent. We have only 4 minutes. Please, within 4 minutes, respond. Go ahead.
Actually, you can choose actually to put it either in waste management or in climate change, because actually this is a very good example of how we can use waste material in climate change management. Now, I didn't really have a schematic diagram, but in the methodology, I have shown earlier on how you move from gas, then you put it into a carbonizer, and then after that you activate it, and after you have activated it, you test whether it has got the right surface area, the density, and also now you test for decolorization of syrup by putting a certain amount in syrup and measuring the absorbance. We measure the absorbance. The absorbance shows how much color has been removed from the solution. So the decolorization percent, if the activated carbon is good, the decolorization percent will be around 70 and over. So actually, when you look at the decolorization, it will tell you whether the activated carbon is good or not. If the decolorization is about 30%, then that is not a good activated carbon for sugar refining. But for using in your face, it could be 34% to around 70% for the activated carbons. This is work in progress, and this is why, as I told you, my originality majorly was to try to make sure when you are passing activated carbon dioxide, you make it move very quickly. And I produced a pressure difference at the end of the equipment so that you can have carbon dioxide moving faster. I can say that is my biggest innovation into this, so that it is easy to move across the furnace. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Bwana Humphrey Lumadede. 1 minute to the top of the hour. Ready for lunch. Please take less than 50 minutes so that when we come back we get the judges' results and then we close the symposium. Let's have the timer. 50 minutes. Begin now. Please. Immediately you're done with your lunch, come straight here so that we can kick off early and close early. Asanteni sana. Let's meet then. Asanteni. All the best.
She has 3 chambers, where the light source is, where the optics are, where the sample is placed, and a detector. I'm presenting her today as a success story. Very happy to tell you that soon I will be deliberating with a few of the industry players so that I can make my own instrument. A working laboratory that every farmer can use for their crop management, for soil analysis, every miller can use for quality control, and all agriculture industry players can have a working laboratory in their pockets. So we got to test Bonaire, and beautifully, she gave us a response. As you can see, there's a spectrum that formed on our software. This is a principle that Bonaire works with. Light is shined on a collimator to a prism where light is split to our sample and to the detector. The detector now displays the spectrum for us, which you can interpret according to the calibration that has been made on the instrument. That is, if you are working with a parameter like moisture in soil, and it has been calibrated for moisture, then you can get results for moisture. These are a few of the applications that we are planning to put Bonaire up to. We'll be making her smaller than this. At least I'm hoping that I can have her as small as a phone so that you can have it in your pocket and get the results on your phone in future. You can use her for quality control, for crop analysis and crop management, soil analysis, pesticide and fertilizer management, seed quality management, and so many others. The beauty of NIR is that it's not limited to just a few parameters, but various parameters. So as my parting shot, last year when I stood here, I said that knowledge gives us the power to bring change, to bring positive change. So I would like us to adopt smart agriculture to better the quality of our crops in our industry. I want to thank all of those who have passed by the exhibit to give me some of your comments, some of your remarks, some of your thoughts. They're very, very helpful. I will definitely take them up. I want to thank the Sugar Industry Symposium and the team that played to help me create my prototype. Thank you very much.
Well done, well done. We celebrate you, Diana. Wish you all the very best. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Well, now the moment we've been waiting for. 20 minutes past 2 p.m. Preparing the judges to unleash the 2023 winner. So just to bring to your attention, all of us really are winners when we can support the industry. Very quickly, as I prepare the judges to come on board. Now this little story that used to be told in schools. You've got about 5 people seated. They're hungry. They have food at the very middle, but the food is very far from them. The problem is they have long spoons. Eyes on the screen, long spoons. There you go. Let's have that on the screen. They have long spoons. So each one is trying to feed himself. Time for the judges. Are we ready? You're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come. A big round of applause to the Chief Judge. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The time that you've all been waiting for is here. The time that you've all been waiting for is here. And I think I'll play around this time. Just make sure the anxiety is still running here and there. So as part of my effort in doing that, I will not even start by announcing the results. We'll start by just giving some remarks here and there, so that at least you can understand what we were looking at, what our thought process was as the judges, what we believed was the goal of this innovation in the first place. So my name is Alvin Kaburu. I'm a software engineer and consultant by profession. I'm here to offer my insight on what I think the innovations should look like, and the impact the innovations should make in our society. So I'll start by explaining, or rather stating a few things. The first thing is, as the judges, we thank the innovators. We thank all of you for taking time. We acknowledge there's a lot of research that has been done. We acknowledge that there's so many ideas that you've come up with in an aim of solving the problem that is in the sugar industry. We recognize that you've taken time. We recognize that you've made a lot of effort in standing here. I can tell you for a fact, standing here is not easy. And looking at people that you don't know, it's not easy. But these ladies and gentlemen have come here, have stated what they think is correct. They have tried to defend their innovations. They have tried to convince you guys that what they're saying is correct, and that is not a mere achievement. With that said, I think it was, general comments is, we think that the effort was profound. We think that the best thing is we recognize there's a problem, and we're trying to solve the problem, and we're working together. Just as the analogy of the long spoon we've just seen, we've recognized that there's some effort in trying to solve this problem together. Our goal as judges was to come up with a bunch of winners, and we've said all of us are winners in one or the other. It was just to handpick and bring them to light, because we are all winners. So we aim to recognize ideas that can be incubated. And I think for whoever is going to win today, I hope that you recognize that even the money that you're going to win today is not for making fun and just utilizing the way you want, but it's for reinvestment into your idea, to grow your idea. I know it can be tempting. A whole 250,000 can be tempting, but in real sense, it's not a lot of money, but it can take you a long way. It can take you a long way. Many of us, as we were starting, we didn't have this kind of support. So this money can take you a long way in growing your ideas, making them better, identifying a market, changing people's lives, because that's what should start. Your greatest aim should be changing people's lives, then the rest of the things can follow after that. We think that we can brag about achievements, the achievements that we saw as judges. We think that there were great ideas that were brought before us. As I said, we think that there was a lot of research. We saw it. We think that you identified there are problems that needed to be solved, and you stood here and you attempted to solve them. And we also acknowledge that majority of you are young people that have decided they're not going to wait for our fathers and our fathers' fathers. I'm not saying that our fathers' fathers didn't do their part, but you recognize that you also have a part to play in this whole goal. And I'm saying this to you as a young person as well, and as a person who has gone through some of the things that you have gone through on this stage. But also, as we mentioned the achievements, it's important for us to also talk about some of the things that we noticed. Majorly, we thought that in the presentation of the ideas that you had, there was lack of a commercial aspect on a general basis. We felt that a huge percentage of the presentations that were made here, we had troubles recognizing if this product makes it all the way to the market, is it feasible? We felt that generally the shortfall was you failed to recognize how you can implement your ideas, how you can may change the world or the country with your ideas, change the community. It felt that there was no business aspect. I know some of you tried to touch upon it, but on a general perspective, we felt that there was a problem in that. We also felt that there was a problem in recognizing what an innovation is, because as I said earlier on Tuesday, that we were not expecting anything new, because we also recognize that it's at the point where we have gotten to, it's very difficult to come up with something new out of the blues. And actually, the greatest ideas that have come out here was just a build-up on something that existed. You discovered a problem, you discovered a certain way people have been doing things, and somebody came up with an idea to try and work around what they discovered to be a problem. So we felt that there was, in terms of the innovative aspect, some of the presenters would come here and present to us things that are known and not add their touch to them, to those ideas. We felt that was a major shortfall as well. We think that for you to succeed as an innovator, and I also think an innovator is a business person, you have to have some level of impact, as I've been saying. And just showing what has been there and what has already been said and not putting a personal touch to it, in our opinion, is a problem. But I think that at the end of the day, it was a win. A lot of good things have come out of all this, and we think that is a nice and a recognizable milestone. So I would like to ask all of you to give a round of applause for the innovators, for they came here and they did what they think they should have done, and they recognized there's a problem that needs to be solved, and they made steps towards solving that problem. Let's give them another round of applause. So now, the next thing now we'll do is we'll now announce the results. Or maybe we do something else. What do you guys think? Should we announce the results? I think, do you guys think we should announce the results? We'll see. We'll see if we can announce the results. Judges, do you think we should announce the results? Judges, do you think we should announce the results? Okay, the judges are saying we should announce the results. So maybe that's what I will do. Since I'm representing them, I'll do that. Right. I'll call Mr. Mokazi to come and assist me on this. So how we generally had observed all the presentations that were being done, and there was a long process of discussing and brainstorming, trying to figure out of all the things that we're checking, all the parameters that we're checking, are these parameters relevant? What is the relevance? What is the what is the idea that was trying to be communicated. So this result is a result of a lot of work that has been done by the judges, and we believe that we have come up with the people that really deserved to be recognized. Remember, as we've said, we're all winners in our own fronts, but we think that there are some ideas that stood out, and it's important for us to recognize them. So I will start with the first runners-up. First runners-up. Right. The first runners-up.
First, and maybe just before you announce, just to let us know what this person will get. So all those who will be awarded today will have a direct linkage with industry leaders. Number 2, opportunity for incubation. Number 3, linkage with commercialization professionals. The second runner-up, first runner-up, and the winner. So very important to note. The difference will be the cash prize. So Chief Judge, we are ready.
The person who's gotten the third place. Adopting GIS and remote sensing for sustainable growth. A round of applause. Right. Congratulations. The second person who's gotten the second place. Second place. I know there are butterflies, yeah? Right, the second place goes to Sugar Data Collection and Management System. Sugar Data Collection and Management System by Stan Al. That's the name? Right. Congratulations, congratulations. And the winner.
Oh. Whoa. So the two ought to come at the front. Please come at the front.
You and your team.
Please come at the front. Please come at the front. Makofi yao tafadhali. And we have,
and the winner.
So we do have some symbolic gifts for them here. For the second runner-up, and I'd kindly call upon the Director Jude to at least give the second runner-up and the first runner-up. So we'll start with the second runner-up. Let's give the second runner-up. Please come. Makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana.
Congratulations.
And the second runner-up gets 50,000 shillings. So makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. Wanajud, we have for the first runner-up. first runner-up. Makofi tafadhali. $100,000. And now, Chief Judge, over to you for the winner. And this time round, Bwana Jude, once again, now together with your delegation so that we can take a photo together. Aha. So let's listen in.
All right. And the winner of the Sugar Industry Innovation Symposium 2023 is Victor Masinde with Democratic Capital and Sugarcane Value Chain.
Well done. Victor, well done. You remember his presentation. Well done, well done. And for him, he has something to carry home. We have 2 packages for him. Wow, makofi tafadhali. Excellent. Joe tafadhali, Joe. Wow, well done, well done. Winner, remove. Now you can remove what's in the package. Let's see what's in the package. Let's see what's in the package. Lift it up, lift it up. Hey! Well done. Excellent, excellent. Well done, well done. Well done, well done, well done. Asante sana. Well done, well done. May now kindly, Chief Judge, over to you. Asanteni sana.
All right. So my final remarks is congratulations to all the winners. We insist that all of you are winners in one way or the other. And as players in the industry, we will support you, at least to make sure that you grow your ideas, make them better, and at least make value of what you've presented. Thank you so much. Another round of applause.
Well done, well done, well done. Alvin at the back will facilitate the cash prizes. But in the meantime, we celebrate all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we started well, and I know we have some sugar cane here. It was supposed to be a competition. And a gift as well. Can we see? But I'm told there is sugarcane juice outside. Sugarcane juice, Jupas. Yeah, so make sure. Where are you? Let's take a look. All right, so you either decide to chew the sugarcane or get juice from Jupas. Okay. So we'll hold it there. Final ceremony, then we get into closing. You were here first day. This is very critical information. Just get your phones. This is probably, of course, the last time we'll be using Menti as we come to a close. We want to do a review of this event. This is where we say if we want to make sure that we are growing, developing, becoming excellent, we need your feedback. So we want to start with this venue. It's the second symposium. Rate this venue. Exceeding expectations, meeting expectations, approaching expectations. And for you to participate, just go to menti.com. That's menti.com. The code is 22494620. 22494620. So I can see 21 people. Let's at least get to 30 people. Make sure this is for everyone. This feedback is important. And every detail you sent via Menti has been captured. This is data that the Sugar Directorate will have. So this data is very critical as we move forward. 30, okay, all right. So are we able to get to 50? Okay, thank you so much indeed. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's move on to the next question. The next question is the whole event. The whole event from beginning to today. Please rate the whole event. Exceeding expectations, meeting expectations, approaching expectations. $47, $50. Approaching appreciations, pardon for that. It's expectations. All right. Now this is where you get real and you say, listen, good people, we've seen what you've done, but you need to work on this. Next question. Next question. What should we improve on? Kindly allow us to hide those comments. But send them heavy, send them hard. Send them heavy, send them hard. What should we improve on? 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 What should we improve? Where? Okay, they're coming in fast. Well done. Send them, say, we want to be better, you need to work on this, you need to work on this. It will take us forever to get to our destination if no one is correcting us. But if we're being corrected, we'll take a good turn. We get corrected, finally we'll get to our destination, then we'll say, it took all of us to get there. So please, anything that comes to mind, anything, so that we can improve. 27 people. Keep them coming. We got to about 4. This is very critical, by the way. Very critical. Just post it. And Alvin, thank you so much for bringing this up. Very important. This review made us change a lot of things. Last year, there was a review, and if you noticed, for those who were there, we've made several changes, so thank you so much for that. Okay. 50, well done. Now, this is where you say, okay, I loved this. It was awesome. Final question. This is where you enjoy the moment. You write in anything that stood out for you. What stood out for you? Something that we need to keep doing. Something that will say, you know what, this was good. Maybe there was somebody in this room that inspired you during the networking. Let's see their names there. Somebody caught your attention. Somebody inspired you. Somebody motivated you. Write their name. They're going home. Let them go home with a gift. Let this be a wall of blessings, you know. You're saying, you know what, wow, we spent time together in this symposium. This was good. Keep them coming. All right, let's read some of the innovations, project presentation, organization of the event, democratization, fintech, presentations. Thank you so much. A youthful group of innovators, facilitation of the event, Thank you so much. Keep them coming. Farmers, the whole event was successful. Let's go. Time management was good. Thank you so much. The low GI sugar and the ethanol presentation. Keep them coming, good people. Keep them coming. 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 Team from AFA, well done. The organizers of the event, the planning and coordination, technology, video, sound, thank you so much. The young people are proving to be great innovators and should be encouraged to participate more. Excellent. Thank you so much. Having actual farmers in the symposium to present their challenges. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Time management, quality of networking, innovators and presentations. Well done. I'm still waiting because we've got 50 people. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. 48 minutes past 2 p.m. we should be done. Latest by 4 p.m. we should be done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, one last time telling you to stand, just stand up and give yourselves a big standing ovation. Come on, you made it first day up to today. Everybody, let's just be upstanding. Let's just be upstanding. Well done, well done. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. And as you sit down, let's welcome the one who has been at the forefront leading, directing us. You may kindly take your seats. A big round of applause to the director, Sugar Directorate, Bwana Jude Chesire. Makofi yake tafadhali. Well done, well done. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Johnson Wakazi. I think we should clap for each other. Our guest for today, Honorable Dr. Mutunga, John Mutunga, our Director, Daniel Kitivo, Director General, Mr. Willie Saudi, our staff of the Sugar Directorate, innovators, farmers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really grateful that we've come to the close of our symposium, and mine is just to register appreciation first to the Almighty God for keeping us alive, health, so that we're able to realize the plans that we had for this week. Of course, I would want to also appreciate our board of directors, led by the chair, Honorable Serem, our Director General, for finding it fit to approve and also avail the funds for this meeting. I'll also wish to register my appreciation to the team that has made all this successful, led by our one and only Patricia Jero. Patricia, where are you? And the entire team, Akina Mary, Alvin, there's so many of them. And of course the heads of departments, Magero, Kemboy, and also all the staff of the Sugar Directorate. There are those who did a lot of work who could not be with us here, but I will acknowledge them in absentia. That is Mary and Purity and the team at the Directorate. So I'm also grateful to the innovators, the institutions, and the sponsors who have made this day successful, and everyone, the participant. This would not have been realized without your participation. So we are really grateful, and if I haven't mentioned you, I am saying thank you on behalf of all those I didn't mention. It is my duty and honor to invite our Director General so that he can come and run with the program to the last minute. Thank you very much. Karibu DG, let's give him a round of applause. He was the Director Sugar last year, and he was the one who started this program. Karibu sana Bwana DG.
Thank you so much. Director Jude, it is me to tell them to clap for you. Please clap for Director Jude. I think we are all agreeing that The Sugar Directorate team headed by Director Jude has done us proud. They've organized a forum where we are able to share all the thoughts, innovations that are currently the subjects in the various institutions and even in our places of work. And this is a commendable job. Now, besides all the people who have come, once more I want to appreciate
any other talk, but I've come here as a student. As much as I introduced myself as a professional agricultural scientist, at the end of this session, I've come to realize that I'm living in the past. We worked in the Ministry of Agriculture for many years with our colleagues here at the DGSA. We also worked along with Mheshimiwa Dr. But as I was telling them about my job, I think when it is your time to go the stage, please do it. And very fast. When the curtains fall on you, you have no business in being here. I thought in those days when we worked
in the ministry, in the olden days, we worked very hard. And to me, I thought we were the best professionals in those days because we were driving agriculture in the way we knew. But recently, as I was challenged by my own son, because I keep on yapping, yet we worked so hard. You people, you youngsters, siku hizi hata mjui kile inaendelea ni computer tu. But he challenged me and he said, you know, Dad, you may have worked so hard, but you never worked smart. And I didn't know the difference because he was downplaying my credit. That there is a difference between working hard and working smart. And from the proceedings I've seen from Tuesday up to today, I do agree with my son. And I agree with the rest of those who support that our time is over. I'm very encouraged, by the way, very encouraged by the presentations here. And more so by the presentations from the young generation. Because when our time is over, I was wondering who will take over. Agriculture, tunaambiwa, is not very palatable to the young generation. But I think I've been proven wrong in this conference. I congratulate all the young innovators, and surely, if all those innovations and ideas which we have seen here for the last 3 days, if the industry can pick it up and we bring it to the implementation stage, as one has said, I think this country will go places. They are great. Things like, this mobile digital soil testing systems. During our time, we had only one soil testing center in Kabete, the whole of Kenya. Unachukua mchanga kwa wakulima Kakamega mpaka Lamu mpaka Kwale, na peleka soil testing at Nara. Ilikuwa kazi ngumu. Ile ingine substation ilikuwa hapa Nakuru, where the locals call it soilo. Soilo is, because we used to take the soil there, so the locals started calling soilo station hapo. No, I mean, it was tedious. You can imagine, and you have to go and wait for the results. Today, we owe with all those and many other technologies and innovations and terminologies we have had, GIS, what, IoT. This sio wakati wetu. So, mimi, I rest my case. Mi naenda kupumzika, can the young generation take over? And I will go to rest very comfortably, knowing that someone has taken over and the agriculture will move to the next level. So, congratulations everybody and all those participants. I'm very encouraged. I'm telling you, it's not easy to keep all these grown-ups awake and participating in a forum like this for 3 days without having gaps in this hall. And we are talking a lot of scientific jargon, and people are listening, and they are not dozing. Kwa hivyo, kila mtu hapa is a hero, and we should congratulate ourselves and say, yes, we love Kenya, and we love agriculture. With those few remarks, let me stop there and ask the DG to call our guest speaker to make the next remarks. Asanteni sana, and God bless you.
Hello, hello. Please, I request for another clap for the director of AFA. Thank you. Thank you. Now, as I invite the chief guest today to make his closing remarks, I just want to thank, in a special way, the MC and his team, the cameraman, the hotel that has made this room very comfortable to stay in and listen alert the whole day and the whole 3 days. And also you, the participants. But I also want to recognize the presence of AFA staff who are from the other directorates, not Sugar Directorate. Sugar Directorate, already you've been appreciated by your director. And I think I also appreciated you in the morning, isn't it? Now we have colleagues from Coffee Directorate who joined the team here. We have Bwana over there. Thank you for coming. We have Bwana Stephen Kungala from Mira, Pyrethrum and other industrial crops directorate. And any other person I've not seen from AFA, thank you for coming. And remember, we are a team. So I'm so happy that you are able to grace, because we'll challenge you also to do the same for your value chains. Now, with that, may I now take the opportunity to humbly request Dr. Mutunga to finally, let's stand and clap for him. Thank you.
Please be seated. Thank you very much, Director General AFA, the board member, and my long-serving friend. You were with him in the ministry when he was the head of extension and training. Thank you very much. It's good to see you again and see you are still contributing to this sector, the growth and development of this sector. Thank you very much. The head of Sugar Directorate and all of you who have made this occasion a great one. I actually am very, very happy to see all of you. You've been here for the last close to 4 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3 days. And you have consistently sat here. When we have a function like this as members of parliament, we sit for the first day a few hours, the second day maybe, the third day don't do it. So if you do a program for 3 days for us, call us the last day. We shall be there. And it's not because they really would not like to sit. It is because they have a lot of issues. They carry a lot of luggage. At the stage of development we have, a member of parliament is a very busy person. They deal with a lot of issues, everything. He's the chief judge to all controversies and disagreements in the constituency. He is the main mediator in every aspect of life. He is the conveyor of all the problems that befalling the people. He is also supposed to be, like if you are in parliament now, you are supposed to also be doing your work of legislating, representation, and oversight, and so on. Initially, before I became a politician, which I never thought I would be, I actually wondered what happens. And one thing I was fearing a lot, because I don't know how to lie. If you tell me something and tell me not to say, you are making a mistake. Because I will say it without realizing. So I didn't know how to lie. And I know politicians, are very good in getting out of situations. And I asked my people, do you think my family, I can survive? More than 70% of them told me you can't. You are the wrong person. But I was very strong-willed. And my wife told them in the second sitting, because we had sat for many hours to make that decision, that we in the morning, we had sat from around 11 to around 5 a.m. in the morning to make a decision the second day. And he told them, this guy, leave him alone. If he says he's going this direction, just leave him alone. He'll find his way, he will stabilize. So, being a politician, sometimes you are forced to say things that are not correct, which is wrong. And I pray that I don't do that. So far I tell my people, this is possible. Probably I'll find out whether there's a solution to this other one. And anything else I leave to God. And they have known that and they have trusted me to do it. So I carry greetings from two very important people in our setup here. One of them is the CS Agriculture. We were with him yesterday. And he told me that he really wanted to be here, but there are so many things that he was doing. So he couldn't be here, and he told me, well, when you go there, remember to tell them I am with them all the way, and pass my apologies for not being able to come. So you have taken these apologies, right? The other one is my boss, actually, the Speaker of the National Assembly. And I admire the Speaker of the National Assembly for one reason. He speaks agriculture just like I do. And that's why we are saying we are soon experiencing a breakthrough. I remember one time I saw him speaking to a conference somewhere in Nairobi, and his language was very good. He was talking about, I think it was a Kandi meeting. And he was integrating that with climate change, and I was very impressed. So he also would have liked to be here, but maybe you don't know, we are closing Parliament today for the long recess. And it is important that he stays up to the last minute to make sure things happen. The other day, of course, you know what happened. And we don't like such things happening a lot, because the more they happen, the more we delay very serious business. I don't know what kind of communication he gave, but he must have convinced most of the members that all is well. And I think all is going on well. So he also sent his apologies and said that next time he will be there. And he's one person who has really given us a lot of support on the bill. Every time he was asking me, where are we? Where is this document? I would like to know, are you experiencing any problems? Is there anything that you think I should do? He did when we presented the first day in the House, and the members of Parliament from the region that grows sugarcane. Maybe thought because I don't come from the region that grows sugarcane, I may not have picked out the ideas very well. They came out very strongly to crush the bill. So the first 2, 3, 4, 5 speakers brought in very serious amendments during the third stage, the committee of the whole House. And then I consulted with the leadership and said, I think we kill this process today, because if we continue, we might kill this bill, and it's a good idea. So we agreed that now we call off the sitting for lack of quorum. There's a very popular standing order 35, which says that if the members are less than 50, notify the speaker. And if the speaker rings the bell for 10 minutes and you don't get to 50, close the House and go home. We did that. And then we had an opportunity therefore to reorganize and to give them the assurances that at the end of the day, they were very pleased that the bill was in the state it came out. I will say a few things. One, I want to appreciate all of you for this convention. And as we sat there with Jude, we were whispering. Some of you want to go to Dubai. I don't know where the others want to go next time. And I was asking him, next time, take these people to the Indian Ocean so that they can jump into the sea if they so wish, but don't try to swim like a friend of mine trying to do so in a swimming pool somewhere in a strange country without having swum anywhere. So he saw people jumping into the pool, and he also unstriped and jumped into the pool. And he jumped into the deep end. So there was a lot of trouble trying to save him from the situation. And you always tell him, don't do things imagining that someone will pick your hand. So, as you were talking, then he was telling me, I think we should take it to Diani this time. Next time you go to Diani. The other time you go to maybe South Nyanza. The other time you go to North Rift. Yeah? And you can also come to Meru. We don't have to grow coffee. I mean, we don't have to grow sugarcane. Are you telling me that conversations on sugarcane cannot work in eastern part of Mount Kenya? They still can work. But the decision lies with the directorate, and I pray that by that time you will be an independent entity, and therefore you will be able to do what is right for these people. I thank you for the interventions that I've seen. I haven't been able to participate for long, but I've seen very particularly, thought through interventions. Interventions that are for the growth and development of the sector, and interventions that are going to help us to go very far. That is the way to grow an industry, allowing people to really talk about it, and talk about the issues, and try to look for the solutions. Because I know the solution lies in the midst of the problem. Solution is just close there where the problem is. So when you dwell into the problems and try to discuss all the solutions, I believe you get closer to the answers than otherwise. I'll just say a few things. This sector is important. I'm sure everybody knows that. Sugar industry is important in Kenya. I said in the morning that we need 1.14 million metric tons a year for this country. That's our sugar demand for Kenya. That is both sugar for the table and sugar for the factory. Now, last year we produced 800,000 metric tons of sugar as a country. So the deficit was only 340,000 metric tons. And this morning we are talking about varieties that can grow for 6 months to 8 months, and they give you sugarcane with high sugar content that can mature, not grow, can mature. We also spoke about varieties that can mature in 9 to 12 months. And of course there are others. And I think I forgot to tell you that what the Research Institute said is there are 27 varieties which have not been released. That's a huge jump placing. It's a huge potential that we have. Those varieties reach the farmer. And in the areas that we grow sugarcane, where we have commercial sugar production, all of them have got issues. If you go to Western Kenya, the land is a major issue. The land available for sugarcane production is small, but it is not optimally utilized, small as it is. It is not optimally utilized because you can find factories which have 8,000, 7,000, 4,000 acres of nucleus farm that is not utilized. Then you realize also we are not very serious. If we really utilize the land that we have, I believe we will be nearing bridging the deficit, because there is something called balance of trade or substitution, the import substitution. If you can basically produce enough for ourselves, we won't need the dollar to buy the sugar from other countries, and that will help us a great deal. So within the 14 counties that we grow sugar, there is potential for increasing productivity within those areas. And it is realized, it's apparent, if you go to Transmara, they are able to get 167 tons per acre. Here in Western Kenya, you might do 60, 70, which means they are doing close to 3 times what you can do, what you can do in Transmara, which means it is possible for us to improve productivity. The 3 things that we said in the morning: good variety is very important, good soils, or rather soil health is important, and then also the water issue. So the subsector has many farmers in it. We estimate around 314,000 farmers. And the area that is covered is close to 248,000 hectares. And we have possibility to increase that land. If we can increase to more, and I want to tell you something, the entire Tana River County is high potential for sugar production. Most of the Rift Valley has huge potential for sugar production. But you see, the substitution that is happening in North Rift needs to be checked. We need to ask ourselves, we will produce sugar, yes. What about maize? And you guys take uji in the morning, and then ugali over lunch, and ugali at night. So if you are unga people, and we reduce the unga production for sugar, we won't be making a mistake. So let's intensify in those areas so that we may be able to do very well. Agriculture contributes around 33% to the GDP in this country. And agriculture GDP, therefore, has its own contribution. There is livestock, around 12%. There are other crops and so on. But if you look at sugar cane alone, sugar cane alone, it contributes around 21.2% of the agricultural GDP. So if you look at 21.2% of the 33% of GDP, you realize that it contributes around close to, if you divide 32 by 8.4, that is basically close to, significant amount of the contribution to the GDP. And we talk about 33% contribution to the GDP. We service the importance of the sector. I think we discussed that in the morning. I do not need to go into it again. This activity you've been having here, the symposium as it were, is a meeting point for us to discuss the problems and also innovate solutions. And I like the theme of this year's symposium, which is towards self-sufficiency. And I've told you clearly, we can actually be self-sufficient in 1 year if we are strategic. And sometimes you wonder, why are we not strategic? Sometimes I actually wonder, like, there is a commodity I sometimes marvel at the way we handle it. As a policy, we decided to be importing oil, edible oil. And then we pay so much, we're like 120 billion out there every year to import edible oil. And then in this country, we suspended more than 2 million farmers who could have done sunflower, sim, and other oil seeds. So we need to revisit some of these issues. So self-sufficiency is important. It is great to aim at self-sufficiency. It should be our goal to make sure that we have enough of sugar produced here. I understand there are efforts of also trying to look at other varieties, other crops like sugar beets. And I know there are some trials going on in Andaro to try and see whether you can also produce sugar from the beets. That contributes to the deficit, to reducing the deficit. So this particular discussion you've been having here is important because there are very many innovations that you've discussed, and these innovations have been centered on certain areas. Looking at your program, one of them is enhancing the value of small-scale sugarcane farmers, enhancing the amount of money we can get from sugarcane production as smallholder. Out of the 314,000 farmers engaged, the greater majority are smallholder. So it's a smallholder crop, just like tea and coffee. They are smallholder crops. But smallholders are the ones that are holding this economy because the greater majority of the farmers are smallholder. So how can we increase the value of the participation of the smallholder? Sometimes when I hear Juakali and I hear Juakali artisans, and I actually try to compare them with a smallholder farmer, and they are called Juakali, implying that they stay in the sun. And then there was a time we went and put up the sheds for the Juakali. So they have Juakali sheds. They are not in the sun. The only Juakali we have in this country is a smallholder farm. He spends the whole day in the sun. You will never even see them resting under the shade, even if there was shade. And there is no time. They suffer for those hours during the day for so many months to produce food and place it on the table for us to eat. So it is important for us to be thinking about them. It's not just about engagement in life. It's not a way of life. It's about having an economic gain from this engagement. So enhancing the value of smallholder farmers is key. And I believe you have discussed this issue to the to greater heights. Unlocking the soil potential for improved sugarcane productivity. The soil potential, I said in Western Kenya, unless we do that, unless we consider issues related to soil health, we may not produce enough sugar. We may not. We must look at the soil. But since we have good varieties now, fast maturing, and we can even guarantee some water, of course, like now, within the last one month, Kenya has received about 15 to 20 times the amount of water we need to completely irrigate this country. But we have watched it go as it becomes an issue. It has been a disaster to most of us. Like where I come from, we have more than 35,000 people misplaced. They have been driven out of their dwelling units because of the flooding. So what we need as a country is to focus in that area. And I want to say that our government is actually focusing on this area. We have a plan for 100 mega dams. Mega dams are huge dams which are costing more than 25 billion. Big ones, to harness this surface runoff, to harness the water so that it can be used for downstream, for irrigation in the drier areas. And also to contain all the spring water. Those of you who have overflown India, you must have seen how they have taken care of their water. None of their water goes to the ocean. And the saying is that the ocean doesn't need fresh water. In fact, the ocean is polluted by fresh water. You don't need it. You take a lot of soil there to the ocean, a lot of eutrophication. It's not necessary. We just need to contain our. When God gave us rivers and gave us mountains that are oozed with water, He said, you guys, and you have a well-thinking brain, a well-working brain, preserve this water upstream for downstream irrigation. And you feed your people. You also grow an economy. So that's one of the things the government is focusing on. We are also planning to do 500 earth dams, which are about 100,000 or so cubic meters, and others, water pans and so on, to try and see whether you can contain as much water upstream. And the more water you have in a surrounding, the more you improve the environment. We have done small experiments here and there of small dams, and that changes the ecosystem completely. In an area where people don't know fish, you can go and throw the seed into dams. After some time, they see things jumping, and then they start trapping them. And they start knowing how to eat fish. So it's good for us to think about that. So unlocking the soil potential is key for those areas. The other issue that is also very important that we'll be discussing is the modern milling technologies to minimize wastage. Wastage is normally transferred to the farmer, unfortunately. There is the weighing, of course, of the cane, and at the end of the day, if the wastage is very high, the farmer still gets the blame, gets the minus. So we need to modernize. And that's probably the reason why the government is going into leasing of these milling plants or the factories, because there is need for modernization. We had some interaction with Sony, and Sony was saying that they just need now about $500 million to be out of all the troubles. They have modernized the equipment, they have innovated the factory. They just need a little bit more so they can be able to be as efficient as others. So moving in the direction of ensuring that we have better processors which have less wastage, we are taking care of the farmer. That's our business. Adoption of mechanization to improve efficiency of the sugar industry is key. Mechanization is important, and also scale up. The scale, improve the scale. The smaller the machine, the more inefficient it is. Sometimes when I was working in the sector, I never used to like the small tractors we were thinking about sometimes importing from India. I was really against some of those things. And even the decision to import a smaller thing instead of a bigger thing. If you go to Germany, you'll find that the Germans, despite their GDP, despite their level of growth, they still share machines. They have machine rings. In a village, the machine rotates, moves from one farm to another. These are simple things that you can adopt. A village has a combine harvester, a tractor that will plow, harrow, and plant, and maybe even spray. And then they share those machines. We have a catalog, a program of farmers. We will come to you on first, the other one second, third, fourth, and we sort you out. Here, everybody wants to have everything. You want to have your own tractor, your own combine harvester, your own what, I don't know. And in fact, I think it's the way we think a lot more individually than communally. And it is very important for us to move out of that thinking. Sometimes developing a country may be difficult because of the way we have set it up. In Kenya, when I look at Kenya, sometimes I wonder how long it will take us to develop, because we have put everybody everywhere in the country. And of course, with the advent of climate change, and you know, one of the impacts of climate change is species concentration in the high land, in the high raised land. When it is very hot, you move to the mountain. So the animals and the people and everything has moved to the mountains. We have all moved to the mountains. Unfortunately, instead of settling somewhere at the edge of that mountain or near the road where there are amenities, you want to be 2-3 kilometers away from the rest. You need a road, you need water, you need electricity. And that's why we find it very difficult as people who are, focused development. So we need, I don't know who will ever do this, change the mindset so that we consider living as the way the others have lived. So technological adoption is important. Leveraging the digital innovations for us to be able to sustain the sugar value chain is key. Digital innovations, that's the direction that we need to take. If you want a young person to do any agriculture, it must be agriculture that is ICT savvy. It must be able to apply in that direction. Because they are not the kind of people we used to be who could work on the farm for 7 hours after working for 2 hours. You work one way 2 hours, another way 2 hours. So you also now divide your day. You wake up at 5 and go back to home at 11. They're not that kind of, they have not been exposed to that. And then you keep working, getting tired. But them, they would like to do something that is fast moving, that is better, which gives results quickly. And that is what we've been discussing over the last 3 days. How can we digitize? And when we're thinking about even extension, how can we digitize extension so that we are able to do it in a more simpler way? The value chain financing is an issue. We said any legislation we are doing now for any commodity that is sellable or that is able to make any money, we are creating a fund within. When you create a fund within, you increase contribution to agriculture indirectly. You're not telling the government to give you money, but you are creating A in A. And if it is A in form of a levy or a fund, then it is going to help us. There are many innovative ways of doing this. It doesn't have to be through concessional loans or commercial loans or any other, but you need to look at what can we do as a people and a country to make sure that within the commodities that we have adopted, we can be able to sustain them, create income. We never used to imagine that cereal growing for smallholder can be profitable until we came up with the Warehouses Sitting Act. We did it in the last parliament. And during the discussions, we were able to realize that if you can put the smallholders together in an association, and then because in the modern way of living, nobody builds a store for food. So what they do is that they cultivate on the farm, all right, and go to the marketplace. So they meet there the same day, all of them, and they together bring down the prices because they create a temporary glut. So they sell at lower than the cost of production. So what do? We have looked at a way of creating warehouses, harnessing the social aspect of collaboration through formation of self-help groups, symbios, circles, and then responding to that warehouse. So when farmers cultivate, and because there is so much floating money in Kenya today, many possibilities to get money from WEZO, from youth funds, and so on and so forth, there is a possibility, and also now the recent Hustler Fund, there is a possibility that people can even access these resources to give people temporary leave so they can wait for 1 or 2 months to sell their product. The tragedy of a smallholder is that they will go and sell their food immediately after harvest at maybe 20% less than the cost of production. And then 1 month or 2 months down the line, they will go back to the same market and buy the same food at 4 times the value they sold to eat. So it's a tragedy. So they live in a terrible vicious cycle. So some of these things, because we understand them, we need to break them as a people. Creating a warehouse and having a mechanism for maintaining the grain, storable, because of course grain will continue growing anyway unless you reduce the moisture content. So we lower the moisture content to a level where it can be stored for 3 months, and thereafter farmers can use. So in the sugar industry, what are the innovations? What can we bring up to enable the sugar farmer to become better? And we should not forget that we are in the advent of climate change. Climate change is a reality, it's something that we have to live with. The polluters are busy polluting, pretending that they are doing something about it. But we need to think as a people, how can we make it better? And it's an opportunity even to gain from this particular equation. So thinking about how can we produce using minimal disturbance of the soil so that we may not release the gases. So pursuing self-sufficiency, the sugar industry basically strives for environmental sustainability. How can we be sustainable as a people unless we sustain the environment? If we don't sustain the environment, then we don't get the environmental benefits. We need operational resilience to be able to have a system that can be reliable over time. We also need to reduce dependence on others. I think it was the end of directories who basically said that sugar was not nowhere in the world. There's shortage. Last year we had a situation where maize was in short supply across the globe. White maize, non-GMO, was in short supply across the world. So you can't get it anywhere. There's a time I remember rice was in short supply and people said, we will not sell our rice. So even if you have money, you cannot feed yourself. So we need to look at how can we reduce dependency by ensuring that we move towards self-sustainability. And unless we are sustainable as a country, unless we are sustainable as a people, unless we have sustainable and resilient mechanisms of producing our own food, then we cannot call ourselves a sovereign nation. I think if you call yourself sovereign, you must be able to say we have our heritage and we can survive without depending on others. And how can we do that as a people? With the knowledge we have. And in Africa, Kenya is rated extremely high. And the other day, our president said that even you speak good English, you don't speak something similar to English. You go to other countries, you hear people speaking English and you have to struggle, African countries, those who speak English. You have to struggle to hear what they are saying because I don't know why they do it. They speak in their mother tongue. Now you speak like the people across, and therefore we should be able to do something. We should be able to do something for ourselves. There's a time people are saying good policies are made in Kenya but implemented elsewhere. It's time to reverse this order. Let's make good policies and implement them here to solve our problem. And we are happy that innovators are coming up and doing these things in our country. We need to love our country. We need to be very patriotic to this country because this is our mother. We can never go anywhere. Wherever you go in the world, you'll always miss Kenya. If you go out of Kenya for 10 days, you wonder when you'll be in that plane going back home, because home is always the best, and our country is really good. So stakeholders, you've had this opportunity even to see the exhibitions. Those who present here, I've told you, you came to my shed and you saw this or the other. You have had that opportunity to even approach them and talk to them. You have had the opportunity to assess what they are doing, not just to be told what they are doing. And this has given you an idea of what kind of innovations there can be in the sugar industry. We want to encourage everyone, even those who are not here, those who hear about this convention, those who hear about this symposium, to also start thinking about innovations within the sugar industry so that we will have better processing machinery, we'll have better agricultural technologies, better innovations in the sector, better crop management practices, better everything so that we may be able to make the sector better and have a more sustainable future. A future that can be relied upon, a future that we are sure of, a future that we have constructed as a people, not depending on others because we are able to do it as a country. Now, what is the way forward then? I'd like to say that collaboration and integration is important. We need to collaborate a lot more. We need to be a lot more integrated in our approaches so that we can get a solution or solutions to the industry problems. I like the way we discuss, especially the discussions around a sugar industry are very open. Just as probably even the discussions around the tea industry and also the coffee industry. Those crops cut across the large regions in this country. You talk about sugar, we are talking about so many, 14 counties. We talk about coffee, I think that 4 counties. You talk about tea is about most of Kenya. So stakeholders need to keep on delving into these issues and dealing with them in the currency of their nature right now, so that we may be able to get solutions that will help us. We need solutions to have implementable solutions, innovations that will help us to move into the next level without having a problem. And it is possible for us to be systematic, because if we approach issues in an haphazard manner, it will not help us. We will not get there. We'll keep repeating, we'll keep oscillating. We stop oscillating, stop repeating, stop reinventing. Let's be systematic. And I'd like to propose that probably we can start by strengthening the existing regulatory frameworks. One of the weaknesses of the sector, I think, and I have found this, is the legal, regulatory, and policy instruments. We need to revisit them, and revisit them with a decision to clearly clean out. Make sure we have policy instruments that are reliable, from which you can derive the legal instruments, and then from which you can also derive the implementation mechanisms, which is the regulatory instruments. And that relationship is very, very important for us to do. And I accost the stakeholders who are engaged in this particular process, who are sitting here and who are not even here, to help us do this for the sugar industry. We need to build the capacity of the farmers through information systems that are reliable and that are credible. Information systems that are also give them solutions that are reliable and credible. But verifiability is very, very important. In the absence of systematic visitation at the farm level, because it was very, very expensive, although it really worked very well. But we do not have that anymore. There is no systematic extension today. In the absence of a systematic and deliberate visit to the farm, what is the replacement? We need to assess that replacement and ask ourselves, how can we come up with something that is better, that is reliable, that will help us to move to the next level? And that is one of the things that we need to think about. After the legal, regulatory, and policy environment, then we need to have a reliable information system, building an information system that will help us to do extension in a way that farmers will be, because the problems in agriculture are biological. Anything biological in nature is growing, it's changing form. So we must be able to change our perspectives and our intensity of looking at things as the forms change. Number three, we also need to deliberate, we need to have deliberate intentions to boost the sugar production and productivity through alternative credit system. That is why we are saying the proposal that we made in the legislation gives 40% of the levy to support the sector to change. And if you look at it, actually the money that we have left out for utilization elsewhere is about 30%. 10% from board, 5% for other organizations, and 15% for the roads. The rest goes to the improvement of the sector, because 40% goes to crop development, 15% goes to research, and then 15% goes to machinery. So we have put the money back into the sector. What we are saying is that let's have deliberate intentions to boost this sector. Anybody who has any ability, as we prevail upon our government to think closer and better about agriculture, then we should also be looking at how do we ensure that whatever we get, the greater proportion of it goes towards bettering this particular sector. I would like also to say the fourth issue is that embracing climate smart agriculture through various sponsored green programs and sustainable agriculture. The greening, the smart solutions to agriculture, climate smart agriculture options are there. And these options are reliable, and they're also sufficiently remunerative. They are not really loss-making, as it were. They are the ones that were used by our forefathers for a very long time, and they worked. And what we need to do is inject the modernity in them, and then make them, more efficient, more reliable, better. So the thinking in the advent of climate change, which is a universal problem, is that we need to look at solutions that will also not disturb a lot of our climate. That will not, agriculture, has two dimensions. It's like a double-edged sword. On one side, it is polluting. On the other side, it is also a solution to the pollution. Because, of course, there are many gases that we produce within the agriculture. We need to minimize wastage. Sometimes I read some document which was occasioning the waste up to 40%. 40% as post-harvest losses. And that's why we are going into, as a committee, I want to be very honest with you, that we are seriously looking at being classical, being exemplary in reducing the post-harvest losses by making sure that we start with our own constituencies, where we put up warehouses, and the warehouse is linked to a dryer and a truck to ferry the produce to the warehouse. So this combination, which we are coming out as unit, are going to help us to help the smallholder to be able to produce effectively. We cannot talk about smallholder as people who must be taken care of. These people produce their own food. The fact that they are able to produce their own food on a good year, the Kenyan economy grows. If they are not able to produce their own food, we suffer importing food for them, and the economy does not grow. So we better make sure that they produce their own food, and not just producing their own food. We must make sure that they also make profitable decisions. We must embrace what is called a circular economy, in the sense that there must be some feedback and feed forward. There must be interlinkages that are going to help us to move in the direction that is preferred for today and for the future, and especially for the cane farmer. Many are smallholder. Small as they are, they can still make money. Let us embrace technology. Look at those varieties that are lying in the center. And I said again, we agreed that we shall transform that center not just as a research institution. As we expand it from Carroll, we shall make it a research and training institution. It will be a research and training institution so that the training aspect of it will be edged on technologies, innovations, and management practices that they innovate. Every researcher must go further and show how this particular product they have produced or innovated or generated can be managed on a commercial scale. So the management system is also innovated within the research system. That's why they go for trials in different parts of this country, and then they say this is the best way you can conduct husbandry when it comes to this particular kind of crop. And therefore, in those centers who have now innovated technologies and even innovations, they need to be having open days and field days. They need to teach the farmer. They need to have a program where they can be releasing information, maybe irregular, but systematic in a way that probably once in a while we have releases that are going to help us. And they'll tell the farmers, we have this technology, we have this variety, this is the management system you can adopt to get optimal productivity from it, so that we may use our soil properly and that we may benefit the smallholder. Ladies and gentlemen, with those very few remarks, I wish to, now it is my honor and pleasure to declare this particular symposium officially closed. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much. And on that note, we have Director General.
Hello. I know we are coming to the end, but from the closing speech, I know you've learned that the chairman of Agriculture Committee is very passionate about agriculture. That is why I was telling you that as much as they've been grilling us in the past on a number of issues, I've always been impressed by one thing. The chairman is very passionate about agriculture, and he normally articulates issues so well to a level that even when you are pinned down, you really say, yes, it is true. There's a problem here. And we have to address it. So, Daktari, thank you so much. And once again, we are happy that you've graced this occasion. You've shared with us your thoughts and the thoughts you are impacting on your colleagues to make the agriculture sector grow. May I request that we give the chief guest 3 hearty claps and prepare your hands. We want to remember the Nyayo days. I know a number of you were there, isn't it? So we used to do it. Then the third one, we give to the chief guest. So 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you. Now I think I'll hand over back to Director Jude, maybe to guide us more.
Thank you so much. Thank you, DG. So we've come to an end of our program. And when I got appointed to this position, somebody told me, Jude, you need prayers to run the sugar industry. So I will not only pray to close the meeting, but I will talk to God. So, ladies and gentlemen,
we have gifts.
Oh, there are some gifts.
Sure.
Oh, so let me pause the communication to God, then we give the gifts, and then from there we finish with a word of prayer.
All right. We'd kindly request the presence of our chief guest, of course, makofi yake Dr. John Mutunga. Karibu sana. We also have our Director General, Bwana Willis Audi, karibu sana. We also have Daniel Kitivo, Bwana Daniel Kitivo. And we also had representatives, members of Parliament, Honorable Onyango Koyo and John Waluke, if they're here, or representatives. We have gifts. Start off with Director General. Please come forward. A big round of applause for him as he receives this gift of appreciation for being part of this symposium. Thank you so much indeed. Up next we have Bwana Daniel Kitivo, karibu sana, Board Member, Agriculture and Food Authority, asante sana. Asante sana. And finally, our chief guest, Dr. John Mutunga, karibu sana. Asante sana. Thank you. Makofi nyingine. Thank you so much. Many thanks. Over to you. You speak to God.
Thank you very much. The Bible teaches us about appreciation, and I take this opportunity to appreciate our guests and everyone. So, before I pray, I want to wish you all Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And next year, hopefully, with God's grace and mercies, we shall have this function in Diani. Okay, let us all stand for a word of prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Gracious and merciful Father, we come before you this wonderful evening with thanksgiving, thanking you for the gift of life, thanking you for the good health, and thanking you the fact that you've bestowed us with an opportunity to come and serve the sugar industry. Also, we thank you, Father, because you've given us talents to innovate. And Father, this platform was a platform that we've used to display the skills that you've given us. So we are grateful, Father. We thank you for the success of the days that came before up to today, where we have reached the end. And as we travel back home, we ask that, Father, you may give us journey mercies, and all the issues that we discussed and we learned from this, we pray that, Father, you're going to give us the wisdom and the guidance so that we are able to implement each and every innovation and all that we've learned to the best interest of our millions of sugar stakeholders. Father, Lord, thank you for everything. We pray for our leaders, our president, and all those leaders working under him, the members of parliament, the ministers, and each one of us represented here. We pray that, Father, since you've given us an opportunity to make a difference in people's lives, that all of us, including our leaders, shall be servant leaders who will serve selflessly for the best interest of our people and humanity. As we break home, we pray for your journey mercies as we continue to go and meet our families we had left home. We thank you for everything. Even as we prepare for the birth of Christ, we pray for happy holidays. And also the year that is coming, we pray that it shall be a year of blessings, and all the plans we have for this industry shall come to pass and shall be a success. I pray all this trusting and believing through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Asante sana. All farmers, please meet at the back of this room after we conclude the session. Give some 2-5 people a big high five as we say, Kwaheri. Asante sana. Thank you so much.